Yep, mic check, mic check. Let me
All right, we're live. Okay. Shalom, everybody. Let me see what's going on. Welcome, everybody. Let me just see what's going on my channel. Hallelujah. I'm going to go in. All right, family. Welcome. Welcome to Into All Truth. Thank you, family, for coming through. I have my wonderful guest here who was not really that late. He was just being courteous and telling me he was just like a little bit late. So I'm just going to open up with some prayer, family. I just pray that the Ruach HaKodesh will lead you into all truth and show you things to come. I just pray that Yahuwah bless this teaching, bless the hearers of the word, and may the words of this teaching and the seed of the word be planted in your heart. I pray a hedge of protection around us. I pray that Yahuwah would rout the enemy. He would be a wall of fire around us. He would cover us and protect us and bind any monitoring spirits, any technological concerns, that they would be cast out. And we just give him all glory, honor, and praise. And I just pray that Yahuwah put his word in our mouths and that we all are encouraged in Yahuwah according to his word. And bless the hearers and bless the speakers in the name of Yahusha, I pray. And so, family, welcome to Into All Truth. I'm just going to play my opening, and we'll get that going. We'll just raise the ark, and then we'll start the study. Shalom, family. Just let me know if the sound is okay. We're going to do a mic check with my guest here, whose name is Tyrone. Yes, you better call Tyrone. You want to talk, Tyrone? Can you guys hear me and hear Tyrone? Just put a 1 in the chat if you can.
mic check, and shalom, everyone.
Just let us know, family. Let us know if you're able to hear that introduction. Maybe I will turn on my audio here. Oh, yeah, it sounds like you can hear. Well, you can hear just fine. All right. So, family, today I'm not showing my face because I just came for a run and I have a big red hat on and I look really funny. Welcome, Avishag. Welcome, Vanessa, my moderators, Amarachi and Charlene. I hope you're still there. We have a young man here today, a young Hebrew brother, and he reached out to me probably about 6 months ago. And you're welcome to show your face on camera if you want, Tyrone. And he talked to me several months ago, and he said, Sister Rachel, I hear you have a calendar, and I want you to keep an eye out because, like, about once every 6 to 7 days, 7 years, then the calendar shifts about 6 to 7 days. And I was like, huh. And he was like, yeah. He said, I've been observing it and it changes. And he's young to me because I'm 50. The word says he's old. He old. So you've got somebody out there watching. He's young to me because I'm 57. I'm an elder. Okay. So he was saying that the calendar seemed to move. And I said, I don't think it's moving. I said, I think that it is actually that their Gregorians or Hasatan and his family are moving the day. They're adding a day because it's a 364-day calendar, but they make it a 365-day calendar. And so he's going to explain his ideas and what his discoveries around that. And I had actually prayed that I would have some young person come and help me with the calendar, because I had actually changed the first day of the calendar to begin on first day, because I had gone along with the Ish way and had it on so-called Wednesday, the so-called fourth day. But the Spirit was like, no, like the sun, the first light was created on the first day. And that was Yahusha. Yahusha was the first light. And so, that was the first day. And so we don't count the first day according to, the created thing. We count the first day according to the Creator. And it is by the word that all things were made. And he was the first light. One is one is not four. Yah is not the author of confusion. And so all of these things told me, and I was very frightened to do it. And I held off for over a year about it. And I literally got into a contention with somebody in my ministry about it. And she left the ministry because the calendar is very complicated. It's not something you can, if you've studied a lot of scripture, even if you're very versed in scripture, you can be a teacher who's been teaching for 24 years, having read the Bible and gone to seminary school. You're not necessarily going to understand the intricacies of a calendar. It's some serious math. And so, needless to say, I had a lot of other people affirm me in it. And then my brother here, Mr. Tyrone, um, was in agreement with me. And I also noticed Seed of Israel had a calendar that had first day on the first day. When I put it out, I got that affirmation confirmation. So this calendar, family, a lot of people keep asking me about it. There's a lot of new people. This calendar starts in Abib, the first month in the green ear. And we can go over some basic principles about why we start the day according to the sun, as well as a lot of Hebraic principles that sort of line things up prophetically with this calendar. So we're going to be talking about that, and we're going to be talking about how the day moves and how they've added this additional day according to the length of the day. I'm going to let my young brother take over. I was going to go into some description myself here, but I think I'm just going to let him take over and do his presentation. And then we may go back to some basic principles that I have with my calendar and put them up. Just because I'm going to, I forgot to send my email out. So I'm going to be listening to his presentation, family. Welcome. While I send that email out, and then I'm going to catch back up with what he's doing. I'm going to be listening, but welcome, family. I just want you to understand this calendar. And do you think you can handle that just fine, Tyrone? With starting, we already talked about it, and you said that you could do that, and you're okay with that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. See, he calls me ma'am, you guys, because I'm his elder. So he could be my child. Anyway. All right. You want to go ahead, Tyrone? You can go ahead and screen share if you want.
All right. So for everyone listening, understand that I'm going to cover a lot of information, some that most of you already know. So the first, I say 9 minutes is going to be the basics. This is for anyone who would come along later and hear this information and want to learn from scratch or from beginning how to calculate the beginning of the year for themselves. All right. But I'm going to go cover a lot of information initially, but I will have time for questions at the end. So make sure if you have a question or something seems unclear, make sure you write that down. Also, as I go through the presentation, after a certain amount, I'm going to kind of pause and maybe recap and take a few questions in between there also. All right. So with that being said, some of you may have already seen this presentation. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen here. Let me pull it up. And there's going to be a lot of different information here. All right. So first, we're going to start with the standard presentation, right? And understand that this is with all the current information that I currently have. I mean, there's always more information to be found and more information to be understood. But, um, without doubt or hesitation, I can assuredly say from everything that I have available at this time that this is the correct timing and this is the correct calendar. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and click the share here. Let's see if that. Okay, it's already up. Great. All right. So once I switch over, I won't be able to see the screen because I'll be in the presentation. All right. So if anyone have any questions, or if my mic is coming in too low, just let me know in the chat. And I'm going to go ahead and get started here. Let me hop over to the actual screen so I can make it large for everyone. And we'll start from the beginning. There we go. All right. So this is understanding the scriptural calendar of Enoch made simple. All right. So we're going to show how to rationalize the 364-day calendar in, a 365-day, world. Show the difference of time with a biblical day and a sidereal day. Show how you can calculate the biblical new year according to the scriptural 364-day calendar, and show there are only 364 days per year according to scripture and science. Also, we're going to touch on some of the other things that people may see out there, whether it be the moon or Wednesday. We're going to dispel a lot of those inconsistencies or inaccuracies as well. All right, moving on. So, starting the presentation, at the mouth of two or more witnesses, Deuteronomy 19:15. At the mouth of two witnesses or at the mouth of three witnesses shall the matter be established. 2 Corinthians 13:1. This is the third time I am coming to you. In the mouth of two or three witnesses shall every word be established. So, starting Genesis chapter 1, verse 14. And Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. Jubilees, chapter 2, verse 9. And Yah appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, and for Sabbaths, and for months, and for feasts, and for years, and for Sabbaths of years, and for jubilees, and for all seasons of the years. All right, very important. We're people of the light, not people of the moon. Okay, so we follow the light, not the moon. All right. Continuing on, Jubilees, chapter
And
6.
I just want to pause 1 second there. We are people of the day and not the night. And we'll review that scripture as well a little later. We are not people of the darkness, but people of the light, as you said.
Yes, ma'am. Hallelujah. Continuing with Jubilees, chapter 6, verse 32. And command thou the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days. And these will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts. For everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day, nor disturb any feast. Continuing, Jubilees chapter 6, verse 38. For this reason I command and testify to thee that thou mayest testify to them, for after thy death thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. All right, so this was prophetic. This actually happened. That's why we have all the confusion we have today. Continuing, and for this reason they will go wrong as to the new moons, which means new months, and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. And third witness, the book of Enoch, chapter 72, verse 32. And like I said, I know a lot of Sister Rachel's audience already knows these things, but we have to lay these basics. Enoch 72, verse 32. On that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days, 364. Continuing, so you can clearly see there are 364 days per year according to the scriptures. We had two witnesses, the witness in Jubilees. We also had the witness in the book of Enoch. So, more clarity from the Bible. John chapter 11, verse 9. Yehoshua answered, are there not 12 hours in the day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world. This is actually very important. 2 days ago on TikTok, I had an interaction with a gentleman, and they were very upset because they were saying, hey, this is supposed to be in parts. And I explained to them, I said, correct. Enoch says parts. But at the time that the Messiah was walking the earth, they were using what's called hours. All right. And then I broke down as follows, what is, a part equal to an hour, so on and so forth. And we're going to get to that in a moment. All right. So the world operates off of GMST time or sidereal time. All right. So an example of what that means. All right. GMT time. There is a certain time that is for the whole world. And so we can actually look that up right now. You can say, okay, what is the current GMT time? And that's how people say, if I needed to meet Sister Rachel for a conference in France, and we'll say, okay, hey, we'll meet at this particular time versus giving the local time. Okay. So once again, there's a set clock for the entire world. So just for example, what I'll do, I'll pull up the current GMT time, and you usually will see this on like your websites or whatever. Also depends. Let's see what the current GMT time is. So the current GMT time right now for the entire world, it's 1:14 a.m. All right. So say for example, even though I'm in Southern California, if I needed to meet up somewhere and they say, hey, we need to meet at 7 a.m. GMT time. Why is this important? This is how politicians across the world, their people, their assistants, this is how they set the call. So say if the president of this country had to contact the president of the Philippines, that's how they would schedule it out. All right. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And like I said, we will be going back over these things so people can ask questions. All right, continuing on.
And if I may interrupt you for just one moment. He's explaining, family, just so that you guys can know and understand, because there are a lot of newbies here and there are people who are familiar with the calendar. He's explaining the length of the day, because with the Enochian calendar, we have a 364-day year. With the Gregorian, it's a 365-day year because they're stealing time. They steal a day every year to every second year. And so we're also having this broadcast because we're going to talk about, preeminently about the fact that this is a year of release. This is Israel measures time in weeks of years. So every sets of 7 years. All right. And so because he and I have had this conversation, he has been able to determine, and the eclipse will confirm that this is a year of release of one of those weeks, of one of those sets of 7. And of course, when there's 7 times 7, you have 49, and that's a jubilee as well. But we know for sure this is a year of release. And we can also prove this calendar as well by the fact that if we go by the sun and not the moon, by the very eclipses, as well as by the fact that if we are looking at the 3 days of darkness coming before Pesach, okay, because Passover was the 10th plague. If you're going to go by a moon-based calendar, well, the new moon is well after Passover and the 10th plague. So, sorry, yeah, exactly. So this is why we're going into this. We're explaining time to you. So my young brother here is because I was like, they are moving the day. The day is not moving. They are moving the day. Hasatan is stealing a day. And so this is the evidence that my brother is bringing forwards here today at this particular point as to why and how they are stealing a day and how the Enochian calendar has a true day and it will tie into prophecy. And that's why this is so significant. All right, my brother, I hope that helps you. And I hope that wasn't too long of an interruption.
Oh, no, that's fine. So, continuing on, now, like what the sister Rachel had just mentioned about how it appears that they steal the extra day. Well, here we see in this slide, right? We've established there are 364 days in a year. Here's a fun fact. Okay. The Enoch 364 day calendar equals the 365 almost. And here's the breakdown of that. The days that everyone that we operate off of in this country, when they say there's 365 days in a year, they're operating off of this, what's called a sidereal day. Okay, you can Google it. You can do whatever you need to do to verify this. All right, because people think, oh no, it's 24 hours in a day. Well, what they do, they steal 3 minutes and 56 seconds from each day, and we're going to get into that in a moment. So here you can clearly see 365 times 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. It equals the same thing, 364. All right. And we're going to take this a step further on the next few slides. But once again, in the 364, so it gives you 8,736 hours. Now, here's the cool thing. When you take the 364-day calendar, which is the correct calendar of the Most High Yah, and you multiply it times 24, you come out to the same exact answer, 8,736 hours per year. That's how people across the world were able to have different calendars. They can say, oh, we're going to have a 500-day year or what have you. No matter what, the seasons will always cycle perfectly. All right. Because the sun and the moon will always cycle, especially the sun. It won't miss its course. All right. So,
Now, can you just read that one more time because your mic went all crunchy? Can you
I'm
just,
sorry about that.
delineate what you've just read out again? So the
All right.
length of their day, how it's defined in the 365 calendar, how many minutes, how it's multiplied out.
All right. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, I can. I just said there was just it broke up for some reason or another.
All right. No worries. So, once again, here where it says 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, that's the sidereal day. They take the extra 3 minutes and 56 seconds from every day. And once you multiply that times 365, that gives you the missing day. And we're going to see that coming up. So here we see right here on the second portion, 365. That's the time that the world currently operates off of, at least here in the Western world, 365 days per year. Well, when you multiply that times the sidereal time, it actually comes back to 364 total 24-hour days. So, once again, 364, 364 days equals 8,736 hours. Once again, that's 8,736 hours. And if you want to be really technical, 4 minutes and 48 seconds. All right. So no matter what calendar people use, you're only going to be issued 8,736 hours in a year. So here's the differences. And I just discussed some of this on the previous slide. So a sidereal day. Once again, it says on Earth, a sidereal day lasts for 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds, which is slightly shorter than the solar day measured from noon to noon. Our usual definition of an Earth day is 24 hours. So the sidereal day is 4 minutes faster. Why is this a problem? Because the Messiah clearly stated in John chapter 11, verse 9. That's why I dropped the verse previously in an earlier slide. He says, are there not 12 hours in a day? So remember, the day is divided into light and dark, 12 hours day, thereby 12 hours night. He did not say, are there not 11 hours and 58 minutes in a day? He said 12, which is consistent with what we find in the Enoch calendar. All right. So
Hallelujah.
it says, hallelujah. It says 52 weeks times 7 days per week equals 364 days. This is for people who believe that there's 365 days in the year. You have to ask them the following question: which week has 8 days to make 365? There is no week. You can't find it in March, April, May, June, July, anything on the calendar that has a week that has an eighth day. All right. So it says if you follow the lunar moon calendar, your Passover can also occur in 2 different months. Okay. How can somebody die in 2 different months? It's like your birthday for those that celebrate those things. If you're born on a certain day, that's going to be the day that you were born on the following year, so on and so forth. All right. Continuing on. The
Yeah,
scripture in
we don't have two birthdays in one year.
exactly.
Yeah.
And you don't have two dates of your death.
Right.
so here
Right.
So here it says in the scripture in Enoch chapter 72, use the phrase parts instead of hours. All right. So I have a simple breakdown for this. One part equals 1 hour and 20 minutes. 9 parts, which is half the day according to Enoch, would equal 12 hours, which is half of the 24-hour day. And then, of course, 18 parts equals 24 hours. It says, did you know that 24 hours equals 1,440 minutes? Add 2 zeros to the end, and like 144,000. 24 elders, 144,000. Okay, so it's just like a little interesting fact on a play of numbers. Not saying that's any of significance, but it just makes you think. Like everything is perfect. Everything is lined up perfectly.
Yeah.
Once,
Perfectly calibrated by Yah, and when we understand these things, then we're able to understand the times and the seasons and the ways Yah is leading us even.
yes, ma'am. So just bear with us, family. We're gonna get to some of the good stuff here in a few minutes. We just had to cover, some of the basics. So when and how do we reset the calendar? Okay. Now, me personally, I utilize the year of release sabbatical timing. Okay. And here's an example of what you'll find here in Leviticus chapter 25, verses 1 through 5. It says, and Yahweh spake unto Moshe in the Mount Sinai, saying, speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them, when ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto Yah. 6 years thou shalt sow thy field, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for Yahweh. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard. That which groweth of its own accord of thy harvest thou shalt not reap, neither gather the grapes of thy vine undressed, for it is a year of rest unto the land. So, rest, reset, because also, we say, for example, those who had Hebrew slaves or people who were working for them, servants, not slaves as in a negative connotation, but hey, I have a hired servant and he signed a 6-year contract, what would be the typical contract. After that 6 years was up, they would go free. All right. That's just, an example. Now, calculating the first day of the year. All right. And I apologize, to anyone in chat if it sounds like I'm talking fast, but I just wanted to kind of get all the basics out of the way so we can get to the good stuff. So, calculating the first day of the year, this is the key to getting the Most High Yah's feast days correct. This is important because if not, you have people, we all have different days, it seems like, and it shouldn't be that way if we're all utilizing the same scriptural text. All right. And this, presentation more so directed at those that follow the Enoch calendar. All right. So here we see in Enoch chapter 72, verse 32, it says, at that period, the night becomes shortened It is 9 parts. We discussed that means 12 hours, and the day is equal with the day. I'm sorry, and the night is equal with the day. The year is precisely 364 days. All right. Understand that this calculation is done at the time of the year of release. I'm going to say that again. This is done at the time of the year of release, not every year. If not, you will have ministries all over the place, like all the confusion that we have today. All right. So people will say, okay, well, what do you mean? If, say, for example, all right, today is the first day of the year, and then, same time next year, it will be the first day of the year because the last day of the year is always on a Sabbath. However, you'll have some people will go and say, okay, well, we have to calculate this every year. But Enoch specifically said 364 days in the verse right here, 364. If you recalculate and say, okay, well, it moved. Okay, so we're going to make it 366 this year. Next year, we'll just have it be 362. No, it doesn't work like that. Okay. Yah is not bipolar like all the people on planet Earth. He means what he says, and the scriptures are correct. And
Yes.
a lot of times people will get thrown off and they say, okay, well, the equal parts night, equal parts day, it's not, the same day this year. And we're going to get to that. That is the key component that most people are missing concerning this calendar. I've seen it for years and years and years. And I've only seen one other person who actually, mentioned, hey, there's a year of release, there's a reset. All right. So that's the component that most people are missing, and thereby they don't understand why it seems so difficult to track. But once you get it nailed down, it becomes really, really easy. And
And the other thing I just want to add for 2 seconds is just that Yahuwah, there's a lot of biblical principles that a calendar must obey because Yahusha is the word and Yahuwah is Elohim. And he says, I'm Yahuwah, your Elohim, I change not. And there are scriptures that are listed in my calendar that say that these appointed times are the exact same time every year. Every year. So if you have an inconsistent moon, then it can't be at the exact same time every year. And so that one of the things Yahuwah wants us to know is that he is reliable and dependable. We can lean on him and trust him. And this is why he says he changes not. And so the calendar is going to do that as well. It's going to be like him. All right. Sorry. Go ahead, my brother.
no worries. So real quick, brother Run. So Matthew 24:22, that states, it says, and except those days should be shortened, there shall no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So how that plays into effect is this. In the book of Genesis, you're given a timeline for the time of man, right? Before the 1,000-year reign, which is 120 years. That 120 years is rendered in what's called jubilees. So that was a dual prophecy. So when you go to Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, he says the time of man shall be 120 years. But we know we're not living to 120 years old. So what does that really mean? It was the 120 years Noah was given to warn the people, and the 120-year timeline, because 1,000 days is as one, I'm sorry, 1,000 years, if I'm getting it correct, is as one day to the Most High. So what does that mean? 120 times the 50, this jubilee is 50 years. It comes out to 6,000. So 6,000 years, right? Each
Mhm,
day being 1,000 years.
mhm.
So I was just answering the brother for Matthew 24:22. So basically, it gives you like a timeline or a estimate of where we are at in time. However, it is not a specific time, if that makes any sense. That's why it says, unless that time be shortened just a little. Okay. So that's where that portion comes in. But it's basically 120 years, which is 6,000 years, or 120 jubilees. That's the best way to explain it. So 120 jubilees, which is 6,000 years, is the timeline to the end, if that makes any sense. And that's not setting any dates or anything. That's an approximate number. So as we are now in the last day, okay, and we know our days line up with Sabbaths. I mean, with the Sabbath, you have you have what's called first day, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth day, which is prep day. Okay, so you remember you had the John the Baptist cat. He came and said, "Hey, repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand." Right, and then we had the Messiah come on the scene. So that's basically you know what that is. Hopefully, that kind of makes a little bit of sense on that.
Mhm. So do you want to clarify what he was saying, because the audience can't see the scripture that he was talking about? But I was doing this calculation in my head as I was running the other day
Mhm.
about the number of weeks of years. So you're saying, so family, there are 7, as I said, time is measured in weeks of years. So if you have 7 years go by, that's called a week of years. And 7 times 7 is a jubilee of years. So that's 49 years. And in the prophecy of Daniel, they talk about before the time of Yahusha coming, they talk about a similar calculation in terms of weeks of years. And the formal year of release, for example, when we count to the next great feast, which will be in the summer, Shavuot, we count a jubilee of days. We count, of weeks. We count 7 weeks until Shavuot, what you know as Pentecost. So you're always measuring things in terms of 7-day measures. And so this is what my brother was saying. And so this is why the last day of the week is always a Shabbat, and almost every appointed time, almost every single major one lands on the Shabbat. And almost all of them have a high Shabbat, which also lands on the Shabbat. And so I always say this to people with this calendar, this is why Yah says keep the Shabbat. Because if you just keep the Shabbat, you will keep almost all the feasts. If you just keep the Shabbat. Isn't that a blessing? So people try to say that it's so hard to keep all these appointed times. Keep the Shabbat and you will have kept them all. Okay? Keep the Shabbat. You see Passover's here on the Shabbat. Feast of Unleavened Bread is running throughout the Shabbat. And I have a question for you about Shavuot, because I want to know how you interpret this about Shavuot. But go ahead and continue with your discussion. I have my calendar up right here so that people can see it, because we know it's on the 14th. Pesach is coming up. Today we're on the 17th, so that's 2 weeks from this upcoming Shabbat, the second week. And preparation day is the day before. All right. And that's when the Last Supper was. Well, we could have a discussion about that too, but just let me know when you're ready to proceed. And my brother, when you are talking about these days, I'll just throw up my calendar here so people can see it if you want to give an explanation. Does that work for you?
Yeah, I kind of want to keep the slideshow up so I can kind of make sure they're
Oh
seeing
yeah,
what I'm speaking of too, and they
yeah,
can
yeah.
look at
No, I'm going to put it
it.
back up, but just if you go off, into a description of the 7 days again, I'll just do that so they can see it.
All right.
If that's okay. If not, just let me know.
All right. So going back to the previous slide here says, but what if we missed the year of release / reset or just came into the truth? It says, what do I do now? This is an important question. Why is this important? Because you have certain elders running around Israel saying, okay, hey, this is the calendar. It don't reset. And they're several weeks off at this point. Why does that matter? Say, for example, I just came into the truth, last year or something. All right. And they've been operating under their calendar for, say, 12 years. If you come into the truth and you pick up the book of Enoch, first thing you're going to do is go say, okay, hey, well, let me find this even parts night, even parts day. And then you're going to land at this time, which today is the first day of the year. So happy New Year. But you're going to land at this time. But if someone has been with a ministry and they don't observe this year of release, this is why all the different calendars start popping up. And then they'll say, well, no, even parts night, even parts day was 12 years ago. And so now we're going to have New Year's on, March 2nd or something like that. And their calendar will perpetually continue to fall back. All right. Up until the point to where they'll be celebrating feast days in February. Literally. This is a thing. All right.
Oh,
So
do people actually do that?
there's a certain ministry. I'll talk to you about it offline, but there's a certain ministry where their calendar is falling back.
It's just
You
been
know,
backing up.
right?
Oh my gosh.
It's been falling back for the past 10 or 12 years, and it's
Mhm.
documented. This is not hidden information.
Right.
So it is very important people understand this, and we're going to show you guys how to calculate this for yourself. That is the goal, because once you
Hallelujah.
calculate the first day of the year, you can then just open Leviticus chapter 23 and follow along with that. Just like starting out. So continuing on, it says, "What do I do now? You still calculate the date according to what the book of Enoch says in chapter 72, verse 32. After you have done so, your first day of the year will fall on the first day/Sunday prior to the calculated day. This will bring you in line with those who obey and follow the scriptures located in Enoch chapter 72. Now, what did I just say there? For example, if Sister Rachel wants to put her calendar back up, and I'll give
Mhm.
you guys a quick example here.
Okay, I will do. I'm just gonna put it up, and let me know if you can see it okay. Oops.
Uh, Let me stop
Oh,
sharing.
just
I
hold
guess I have
on
to
one
stop
second.
sharing.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna remove and I add to stage, and now I'm going to play current slide.
There you go. All right, so let me blow this up real quick. Here we go. All right. So, for example, at the very top of Sister Rachel's calendar, this is first day, right? But it's March 17th, the are in the little letters. Those are for the Gregorian days. Our days are, bold. All right. So for anyone who's looking at this example, so say for example, you just came into the you come into the truth 2 years from now. All right. And the even parts night, even parts day, falls on say third day, which would be called Tuesday. All right. So you go in, you calculate, say, okay, hey, even parts night, even parts day. So that means it must be the next day. No, that would be incorrect. You would drop back to the first day, because if not, you would be off course with everyone else that's following it, if that makes any sense. Here's another way of explaining it. If let's say we've been doing a calendar for 6 years, and in 6 years, well, I say 5 years. Okay, so in 5 years, that New Year day will appear to be around Friday or something like that. Okay, you don't then jump forward or jump back. It has to be, you go back to the previous Sunday. That always, you're going to jump back to that previous Sunday, unless it falls on a Shabbat. That's the time and signal where you start over, as we've done today. All
Mhm,
right. And we'll go back over that a little bit later. I know it sounds a little bit confusing because it does take a moment to get a grasp on it. But
mhm,
if you are coming into the truth, and fortunately this year, everything lines up perfectly. So this is the year of the reset. So as of today, we're reset, and we're going to be doing 364, 364, 364, 364 for the next 5 to 6 years, without having to reset the calendar or anything like that. All right. So
Now, I have a question for you. So, is it because when you explained this to me, I said, well, what's happening is that you're not resetting your day. It is actually 12 hours of night and 12 hours a day because you explained it to me and I said, they're moving the day. The day is not moving. And what Yah had me do was he had me just go and look around Lalibela, where in the middle of Africa,
mhm,
and he showed me how the continents had slipped and everything. And he said, you call out the seasons and times out of Israel. So he made me look for the perfect 12-hour day along that equatorial line. And he said, just do that.
correct.
He said, just look at that. But people could get confused to think, no, you do actually have to move the day. You do. It is actually moving. Would you
And
say
we're going
that? Mhm.
and, and we're gonna right after this slide, we're gonna go right into that
Okay.
example. And I'm gonna put those up on screen so people can actually see that the day moves and why what we just described about if you come into the truth at a certain time, you have to fall back to that Sunday where everyone else is at, or you'll be thrown off yourself. So we're gonna show that. So if you can let me put the presentation back up and
Yeah, it's
oh
back up.
you already oh wow. Okay, that was pretty cool. um, so let me get back on it. There we go. And then we're going to go into the examples of the actual times and calendars. So it says, but what if the even parts night and day land on a Saturday? Congratulations. The next day, which is today, is a fresh start. Praise the Most High Yah for this undeserved mercy. Your calendar will be the same for the next 5 to 6 years. Now, what we're going to do, give me 1 second here, go to the next slide. Here we go. So it says, what tools do you use currently to verify the even parts night and day, the last day of the year? These are the things that I use. Ask Google, what time is sunset and sunrise? Sunrise and sunset.com, timeanddate.com, calendar 365. All right. Now, these things I'm going to demonstrate some of these things right now so people can see it for themselves. And we're going to look at the moving day. We're going to do that right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to take this down and then we're going to put up, stop that. Here we go. And then we're going to bring up the actual, sorry about that. Then we're going to bring up the actual calendar. Here we go. So people can see this moving day once and for all. This is what a lot of the different ministries, what have you, they're not talking about. So we're in 2030. Let's drop it back to where we are currently.
And
So
this is how, family, we're going to get to the year of release. This is
that's
how we
correct.
know that this is how we're measuring weeks of years, weeks of years. And these are the days when your debts are released, when captives go free, every week of years. All right. And then the grand one is in the Jubilee, the 7 times 7. And this is why the sevens are so important. Just let me know when you're ready, love. This is why the
Yes,
sevens are so important, family, because the
yes,
Yah measures time by them.
yes, ma'am. I
Ready?
have it shared. I don't know if it's sharing or not, but
Okay. Let me. Okay. I'm adding it to the stage. There we go.
all right. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me check. There it is. Yeah, great. All right. So let me hop over there. So what we have here is we're at sunrisesunset.com. All right. Now, what is this tool used for? This tool is used for just like, asking your cell phone, hey, what time is sunset today? Same purposes, except this allows me to not only track this year, it allows me to track all the future years in all the prior years. Why is that important? Because we have, whenever you come up with what's called a theory, or right, you have to be able to demonstrate why you think that theory is correct. So here we are, 2024 of March. Yesterday being the 12 hours. All right. That was the even parts night, even parts day. This is in Jerusalem. All right. Today being the first day of the year, the time, just like it states in the book of Enoch, the time will start to get longer the very first day of the year. All right. Now people will say, okay, we already know that. Get to the good stuff. Okay, here it comes. Remember, this was even parts night, even parts day for 2024. Now I'm going to demonstrate to you how this day moves across the week and comes back over as a signal to reset. No different than the way that they do leap year. All right. We have what's called a leap week where we recapture those days that they've taken, but we only do that once every 5 to 6 years. So let's see what it is in 2025. So once again, so I'm not moving too quickly. This day, even parts night, even parts day, which always will be for the reset, will fall on Shabbat. The last day of every year will always
Oh,
fall
you're
on
getting all
Shabbat.
crunchy. Your mic's getting all crunchy.
Oh,
Just
my
just
apologies.
make sure it's connected properly in.
All
So,
right,
and then
can you hear me
please
now?
repeat what you said. Yes, yeah, just repeat that last bit.
All right. So I was saying, if you can hear me now, what I'm saying is one more time. This is the last day of the year. So on the last day of any year will always occur on a Shabbat. All right. The last day of every year will always occur on a Shabbat day. And the first day, the first week, the first month of any year will always begin on what's called first day, or some people call Sunday. So what I want to do now is I'm going to demonstrate how this even parts night, even parts day moves. Right now, it just completed its cycle and cycled all the way back over to here. That's why we're in our year of reset. Now we're going to go to 2025. So this is 2024. We're going to start seeing this day move next year. And you're able to come back and check these things. So 2025. I guess we got advertisements on some financing. So 2025. All right. Here we are, 2025. Now we see next year in 2025, the even parts night, even parts day, which is 548, or the closest approximation of 12 hours lands on what's called first day. It's already starting to move. All right. You're going to see this, and I'm going to demonstrate this, you know, 6 times so you can see it move all the way back to where we start over again. All right. That was 2025. 2026. So here we are, 2026, Jerusalem. We're going to see this day, once again, is continuing to move throughout the week. Okay. We're going to go to 2027. And it's, once again, it's a sunset, sunrise, really easy website to use for verifying some of these things. Here we go. The 12 hours. Okay. This is usually when the Wednesday people will come out of hiding and start beating their chests, but they won't give you any answers as to why, their Pentecost is 53 days, why the Day of Atonement falls on a Saturday, things like that. But we'll get into that in a moment. But notice how this day is cycling through. We started with this day because we're in 2027. So this is 3 years now. But we started with this day all the way over here. It cycles through. All right. And it also matches the heathens adding their dates in a way.
Right, so
So,
that's what can confuse people, and
mhm,
the Ish people generally use, or the people following the Assyrian language and script and the Ish ways tend to, now not 100%, I'm not saying they're doing that 100%, but they like to make the first day Wednesday, and there's a spiritual tie into that because they worship the sun and the moon and the stars. And so that's why they would put that as their first day. But we were, because they're not worshiping Yahushua HaMashiach, they don't understand that he was the first light. And so that was the first day, was the first day. I mean, it's simple math. We know it's the author of confusion when someone is calling the fourth day the first day. That's just bad math to begin with. So sorry, go right ahead, brother. But so you're saying that the days actually do cycle through, and you're calling it a leap week, but it's not. It's actually not really a leap week. It's just Yahuwah showing us that we're cycling through to the end of the year of the released, or the land Shabbat.
correct. And also, so now we see in 2028, this day now falls on a Thursday, right? So say if you just came into the truth in 2028, but our 364th day ended here, and this was our first year. But if you just came to the truth, you're not going to know whether to go over here or should you go all the way back to the previous week over here, right? You would go back to the previous week. Why? Because those of us who are following this have not reset yet. A better example would be as follows. Let's say you were born in 2028 at this on this day, okay? But our first day was right here. You would still fall back to this, right? Because you would have no reference point to start from. You wouldn't just say, okay, hey, it's even parts night, even parts day. So this is the first day of the year, because I've actually seen that before. I've seen that like 5, 6 years ago. There were people on YouTube doing that, where as the day moved, they didn't understand. And by doing it this way, you're actually doing 365 or more if you do it that way. So
Right, right.
in this situation, they would be adding, let's see, 365, 66, 67, 68, 69, right? This is where confusion comes in. That's why if you don't understand the sabbatical timing, right? Oh, everything is set up in in jubilees, basically. The 120 years in the book of Genesis, that's jubilees. You get 6,000 years, and then you get the Messiah's 1,000-year reign. All right, you get 6,000 years of the stuff we dealing with down here right now. Then you get the 1,000 years. Same thing with your calendar. You get 6 days, and you get a reset. 6 days, reset. Everything is set up according to Sabbaths, not according to Wednesday, which is absolute crazy, and we're going to get into that in a moment. But I want people to see how this day is cycling through. But wait, like they used to say back in my day, way back in my day, they used to say, wait, there's more. So let's continue on. March 2028. We're going to do March 2029. And by the way, if anyone doubts that these things are accurate, feel free to check them against another website that these calendars are accurate. All right. So once again, cycling through. Now, it can't be this day because that's already like one hour over. But what we would do, we would check the following year just to make sure. But here you see now the even parts night, 540, 548. I'm sorry, even parts night, even parts day. Notice how this is now on Friday. It has cycled all the way back until it gets to Shabbat. Right? Let's check 2030, which should be the completion of that cycle or close to it.
Wow.
Okay.
This is just
Look,
amazing, you guys, because this is going to tell us. I'm going to be doing my broadcast on the 1,335 days, which will be 7 years once the Exodus happens and the 144 are determined. They have to preach for 3.5 years. They die for 3 days and then rise, and everyone's hidden for 3.5 years. And then there's another 75 days. So, because we know this, and this is Yah's timing, we're going to be able to understand how many more years we have left before the coming of Yahusha. Now we're not going to get the exact time and date, but we're going to see how close we actually are. But that's
correct.
another topic. But I just thank you so much for showing this. Family, thumbs up, thumbs up. Please like and share, like and share. We've only got 5 thumbs up right now. We got 37 people watching. So please hit that thumbs up button. And my brother, take your time. I'll just let you continue. Thank you.
Yeah, I talk really fast. I'm nervous because I'm a shy person. But so as we see here, this is March 2030. Here is your reset. Okay. This is the closest one. Now people say, okay, well, this doesn't match precisely like the last ones did, right? So what do? We do a little bit of legwork. We'll check the following year to make sure that it's not an overshot or an undershoot. Okay. So the following year, 2031, your even parts night, even parts day is out here. So if you wait till the following year, you would have missed it. Okay. So once again, going back to 2030, okay, I've shown you how this day has walked from from the Sabbath, and it walked all the way throughout the years. For the next 6 years, it will walk all the way till 2030, and it will walk till it's right here. And this is something people can physically check. I'm gonna play one of the videos I just took. I took one on Friday, and then I took one yesterday. I went down to the beach. I live here in Oceanside, so I had opportunity to actually get the footage. and you're going to see how the sun perfectly, it literally turns into a perfect, what's called even line, like right on time. Okay, it's like actually pretty, like I was telling my friend today, I'm like, man, it's actually kind of scary in a good way. You know what I'm saying? Because it's more evidence that, because you get a lot of crazy people on TikTok saying, oh, well, how do we know this is real? How do we know that the Most High is real? All these things. So if you ever want any evidence, you pick up this book of Enoch, you go outside and you simply observe the sun doing its thing. And you can even observe the moon doing its thing, according to what's written in that book. And you'll see that it literally follows the testimony that's written in thereof. All right. So we've seen the moving day. Now, before I continue, is there anyone have any questions about how this day cycles through? Once again, stopping
Yes.
in 2030, and I'm going to drop it back down to 2024 in case anybody has any questions, so we can go over some stuff.
Yes. Please just show us one more time for everybody the day that it is switching next.
Right here. Okay.
When we say, okay, so now we're going to switch to first day being a week later, and that is there.
So what happens is, so this is 2024, but where we were just at was 2030. So I'm going to show you how that looks. So let me show you how that looks. Go back to 2030. I actually have a calendar, kind of a makeshift. It's nothing like yours. So it's like a dollar store version, in comparison, but it'll give a good example. So once again, we're in the year 2030. All right. Looking for that even parts night, even parts day. This is the closest approximation right here, because this day is too late. And then we know 2031, as we already looked up, was what's called an overshoot, right? So what is the last day of this year? The 9th, is the last day. That will be 364 days. Then you have what's called the leap week, meaning that this is the week that's added in because your calendar restarts here. And I want to show you what that looks like. Let me pull up.
So why wouldn't it be on
the 10th.
the 17th versus
It is on the 17th.
that's what I thought. So you had the cursor on the 9. So
right. So this is the last day of the year. This is the last day of the year, right? For 2030. So whenever a leap week or a reset year comes up, this will be the last day. Just like this year, the 9th was the last day, and I'm going to show you that on the calendar. This was the last day. But your even parts night, even parts day comes here because you have the reset week. Everything, according to the Most High, gets basically like what's called a rest period. The land gets a rest period, the trees, even the time, so to speak. But I want to physically show this to the people, because once they see the physical example of it, it'll click. Because once you count out, this is day 363, 364, and we don't do 365. So that lets you know, okay, well, wait a minute. This is our leap week, because we track this day. Once this day cycles, this even parts night, even parts day, once it cycles through the years, once it does this, goes across, and gets back here, that's when you know, okay, it's time for that leap week. Not a leap month, not a leap year.
Okay. And is it setting back to the 10th, or is it setting back to the 17th in that year?
This will be 17th, will be the first day of the year.
Okay, I was just wondering because I got confused because you were pointing to the 9 and the 10, and that was confusing me. So we know we're just going right back to the same 17th. Got you. No problem. That's very clear. I just got a little confused because you were pointing at the 9 and the 10, and I was like, I thought it was the week after. Okay. So if that's clear for everybody, or if you have questions, let me know, fam. Let Tyrone know.
And while they do that, what I'm going to do, I'm pulling up the two calendars. Right now, keep in mind, this is not as advanced as Sister Rachel's calendar. Is nowhere near.
No. Simplicity is genius. Simplicity is genius. So, we'll probably, if you want, we can have like like a link for yours as well. And
Yeah,
if
no,
you were
I don't make calendars or anything. I don't sell them or anything like that. I just,
okay,
if people need to see an example, I would recommend they look to your calendar. That's one of the better ones I found. Brother Yediah, he has an excellent calendar, but I mean, his day starts on
on
like
the
3 days
Wednesday, I know,
before ours. Yeah, on a Wednesday. But I
yeah.
recommend those that follow Sunday. The best calendar I've seen for that thus far that's accurate is the one that you currently have. I haven't had a chance to look through the whole entire thing, and you have to understand, sister, that you're very advanced and more, detailed and have a lot of knowledge. So it takes like some of us a little bit of time to digest it. So the calendar is a good meal. Let me put it like that. You're going to get your, bang for your buck.
You're so sweet. He's so tactful, isn't he? You guys, just when you're looking at the calendar, just look at the actual calendar. And if you want to learn it, I try to, I intersperse the feast days with the actual months that they're on. But don't get too caught up in the other stuff unless you actually, you want to learn some stuff and study. Just look at the actual calendar days and like the calendar months, and then go look at the aligning feast day descriptions. And that's all you need to do when you're using my calendar. But I had to do all this work for me to figure it out. And I keep learning more and more and more all the time. So, and it's in most of the videos that I do. And this was a learning experience for me too. This is why I revise the calendar. So I suggest everybody that you get a membership, or you get the lifestyle book and the calendar, and then I will make you a member. Or if you give like a donation for like $100 or something like that, I'll make you a member. And then when I revise the calendar, then you can always just go and pick up the revised calendar. And I'll email people when the revised calendar is out. Or I usually do a study and I'll say, I just did this study and this is what I learned, because I learn every single study on the calendar. And I say, go and get the revised one. So, because we don't have it all yet found. Anyway, go right on, and
All right. So I have it
wherever else
pulled
you're
up.
going.
If you can share that screen, I have it
Yes,
already shared right there.
there we go.
What I'm going to do is see, can I hop into it?
I like that. That's pretty.
Oh yeah, that's one of the photos I took. Then I just started using a whole bunch of AI photos after that. But yeah, I took this photo last year. Let me get this up. My
I like
apologies.
that.
There we
I
go.
like the grid. It's pretty.
Yeah, I did it in Google Slides because finding calendar software takes time. Now
Yeah.
understand, people, there's no bells and whistles in this calendar. This was to demonstrate to my friends and things, so they would have like an ideal of just tracking the feast days, and I put the scriptures in there. So this was last year. New Year came in on the 12th. All right. Passover. And the reason I'm going here because I want to show you how it ends up, going to the year of release. Here was, last year, April, we had the waving of the Homer and the beginning of the count to Pentecost. And then, 7 day, 14, 21, 28. And that's important too. 35, 42, 49, and 50. Um, also had the new months labeled in there. I took a
So
picture of some clouds. All
I have a
right.
question for you about Pentecost when you're ready. Let me know
All right.
when you're ready to receive that. You keep teaching, but just let me know when you're ready to receive the question.
Yes, ma'am. So uh, this was September. That's me in the backyard with my, little tabernacle, doing the tabernacle thing, and got scriptures or what have you.
Hmm.
Continuing on, as we all know, that in December we have what's called Feast of Dedication for those that observe. And the last day of the Feast of Dedication is always the first day of winter. That's why in the gospel it says it was a feast of dedication and it was winter. It says that for a reason, because like not on none of the other feast days that are mentioned, it doesn't say, "Oh, hey, and it was spring," or "and it was this." It lets you know it was the feast of dedication and it was winter. Why? Because this is also a day of remembrance. Over in the Book of Jubilees, I'm sure Sister Rachel, she has all those things for you guys in her calendar. All right. So once again, first day of winter, which is also the last day of the Feast of Dedication. Feast of Dedication is an 8-day feast like Tabernacles. All right, continuing on. 2024. And here we go. This was the 364th day. All right. That was the 364th day. All right. Then, because we're now in this release year, okay, because we don't add days or we don't subtract days, we just do this once every 6 years. And this yesterday was even parts night, even parts day, which resets your calendar to today, which was the 17th. You don't have to take a picture of it. I can just put the email in there and you can see it.
Okay.
But yeah, the let me pull up. I'm gonna pull up the one currently, and if you could please, I'm gonna ask if you can share that one so people can see what it looks like. Because like I said, it looks a little bit better than that last one. But
Okay. Oh, you guys, I think he dropped out. I'm going to just add my calendar to the stage. I lost him for some reason. I don't know. Maybe he was trying to do something and he hit the wrong button. So, family, I'm just going to go over some basics with you um, so that we can look at this transition. This is how the calendar is divided. I teach it in a really simple kind of way about the way the calendar is divided. And it's kind of easier to look at when we see it like this. Let me just show you if I can slow down. There he is. He's coming back in. Okay, good. There he is.
sorry about
There he
that.
is. Okay, yeah. Sorry, we lost you. Obviously, you know that, but
Yeah, I just hit the wrong button. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share what it currently looks like, which is basically like yours, but I want them to be able to see what I'm saying here. So which one was it? Is, is it this one? Is it this
you
one?
go ahead and search
Here we
for it.
go.
So,
I
family,
have
look
it.
here.
It's
Here
right
is
here.
the perfect scripture for the sun. This is one of my students gave this to me, and I had remembered it, and she brought it out just to give me confirmation because I'm so nervous about starting the first day on the first day. I didn't want to, make a mistake. And so, this is a wonderful key scripture, and you might want to use it as well, Tyrone. When Yahusha comes, it says, then the moon shall be confounded and the sun ashamed when the Elohim of hosts shall reign in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem before his ancients gloriously. Because the light, there's other scriptures here, the light will shine, the light of Yahusha will be 7 times brighter than the sun or the moon. And so that's how we know he is the first light and the greater light that starts time. Okay, so you can go right ahead. I'll bring this up for you. Add
All
to
right.
stage. There we go.
All right. Let me blow that up real quick. So continuing on the from the coming into this year, so we had into on here. This is I'm sorry. This is I got 2025. My apologies. We'll go back up to 2024, which is where we're currently at. That's the end of that calendar. So let's go back to 2024 here. So you can see that. All right. This is where we're at right now. All right. So sorry about that. My mic is messed up. So this is where we were just at. We had the last day of the year on the 9th. We had what's called the year of release. This only occurs once every 5 to 6 years, typically 6 from what I've seen thus far. All right. And then you go into the, New Year. And once again,
Mm.
Passover, have the scriptures, so on and so forth. And hopefully, and then of course it cycles back around. And the reason I want to show this, let's just jump down to next year, is because next year it functions as normal. Okay. Your last day of the year will be the 15th. Why? Because your last day of the year this year was the 16th. Then the
Mhm.
year after that, your last day will be the 14th, then the 13th, then the 12th, then the 11th, then and then boom, once you hit that, you have that year of release once again. All right. And so once you, and I'm so sorry, I didn't even have it blown up. My apologies. Sorry about that, guys. Let me try
But
that
we
one
can
more
we
time.
can see it's so confusing because they're adding a day, but also the day is moving at the same time simultaneously. This is what has to be understood, that it is both and. It's two things are happening at the same time that can potentially confuse you.
So to take away from that confusion, right? Look at it this way. All right. So we see here, this was the last day of the year. Now, the heathen add one day every year for their three, because our last day, I'm sorry, our first day of the year is their last day. So to them, this is the last day of the year. For us, it's the first day of the year because we do 364. They
Mhm.
add one more, making this their last day of the year. So watch this. I'm going to simplify it for people that may be able to use this route of thinking on it. This they add one day every year. So in 4 years, one, two, three, four, and then in the fourth year they add an extra day, which is called leap year. So that'd be like a fifth day. All right. So you would have 5 days that we get back. Then this will be six, and then seven. If that kind of makes some sense. What I'm saying is even though they're adding a day every year, all the days they add and make our year appear to be shorter or falling back, we get every single one of those days back every 6 years.
Every
Okay?
6 years.
Correct. So when we do the reset, you get all those days back that they took. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, yeah, it's really interesting that it is 6 because the 7th is the Shabbat.
That's correct.
So those days are literally working. It doesn't matter if they're laying their bad numbers over top. The way to think of it for me anyway, and I hope this helps other people, is that those days are working. For 6 years, those days work, and then they rest on the 7th year.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
That's the way to think of it.
Yeah, that's exactly how I think of it. I just I don't really vocalize it to people like that, but it's pretty cool that you think of it the same way because I know that if I tell people that they will be like, wait a minute, what? And it's a little bit more difficult for me to be able to kind of dictate it to them than say, yourself or something like that. But so I just try to, explain it in the most simplistic way as possible. But as we go from 2024 here and we go down to 2025, we'll see everything is back to normal. Is
Mhm.
so coming in
Yeah,
here. Here we go.
and for me, I didn't mentally go through all this stuff. I just looked at the measure of the length of the day, and I knew that I would have to reset it because in my mind, they were adding a day, but since you really clearly explained this to me, it's like, Yah is actually working the day, and then there's a day of rest. Because I was saying to him, I was saying, "What is going on with the calendar?" Like, I know that there's some kind of like not I wouldn't call it like a reset, but I would have said it's almost like a contraction, like the heart muscle. I said
Mhm.
something like that is happening with time, and I said I need you to explain it to me. And he brought he brought you to me to explain it to me. I was like, and so it's not off. He does these unusual things with time. Another one is the transitional seasonal days. They're invisible, yet they're there at the same time. And so, because like the difference between a prophetic year versus the 364-day year, and family, I told you I was fasting because it was the last day of the year. And you're supposed to fast in the transitional seasonal day. So, between each of the 4 seasons. But when you're talking about prophecy, when they say for 3.5 years or 1,000, oh, I've forgotten the number, 300, 260 days or whatever it is, 3.5 years, it's only measured in 360-day years. So it's just he has his own kind of math because there is some kind of a movement with time. It's like a contraction, like a heart muscle or something, the Fibonacci sequence. I don't know what it is, but he does this reset. And so I'm so glad you were able to explain this to me. I hope I didn't
Yeah,
get too
and
complicated.
oh
Anyway.
no, it's fine. Yeah, so it's more so what I'm trying to get people to do is to understand that the simplicity of this is that they can track that day moving, right?
Yeah.
So when we go back, let me see, can I hop out of this screen here? There we go. And I'm gonna pull back the other one up one more time before we jump back into the presentation. If anybody have any questions, just hopefully they'll load those up. Um, so when we go back into the pull that up one more time, there we go, and we'll go ahead and share that one more time. There
Okay.
we go.
Let me bring it up, add it to the stage. Okay, there we go. It's up.
All right, cool. So here we go. So the main key thing just for right now. So what is the takeaway that people can kind of take right now, or the key takeaway that I want them to really get is that they can do this for themselves. We're going to take a look at the video. Is a short video of me, like 4 minutes, going out there and actually watching the sunset. I know, some people say, hey, well, what do you mean look at it for ourselves? So we're going to, take a look at that. But I want people to understand that the even parts night, the even parts day, which is usually around the 16th and the 17th of March, these days, the 16th next year falls on a Saturday. Okay. The year after that, it falls on a different day. So I'm sorry, this year it fell on a Saturday. Next year it falls on a different day. It
Mhm.
moves, it cycles throughout the week. I need people to really understand that because it's not complex. We just say, okay, it's kind of like going from point A to point B, point A to point Z. It starts over here. It starts right here. Then it goes all the way through. And when it gets back over, you start over again. And you just do that over and over and over. It's no different than what we've been following in a more complicated way. It's just that we're so acclimated to their calendar that this seems complex. All right. But once again, I want people to take away the fact that this day moves. The equinox, what the world calls the equinox, it cycles through the week. That's a fact. That's not a hypothesis or anything. It literally cycles through the week. We can check previous records. Um, one person in the chat, they said something to the effect that, I was on the GOCC calendar getting hot in the desert on Feast of Tabernacles when the feast should be towards the winter, and things like that.
Mhm.
So this is what happens when these calendars, because that's an example of a calendar that has dropped 2 weeks back. All right. And that's not taking any shots at that ministry or anything like that. But that is an example of that, for instance. All right. So I want people to
Mhm.
understand this day, just to refresh, if y'all falling asleep, wake up, clap, clap. But this day cycles through the week. 2024, the even parts night, even parts day is on Saturday. In 2025, same place in Jerusalem. Let's go back here. 2025. There we go. Some type of ad here for lifetime deals. Okay. There we go. In 2025, it cycles through to where that day now falls on Sunday. All right. Continuing on in 2026. And then, we're going to see how it does in 2026. It's now falling on Monday. I'm sorry. Yeah, Monday. It's now falling on Monday. You can see it right here. Let's see what it is for 2027. And this is really easy, people. Once again, I'm using sunset.com for an example. I know we've also know timeanddate.com, calendar365.com. Now we see as it cycles through here on Wednesday, okay, now it's the even parts night, even parts day for the year 2027. It literally goes and moves across the week. That's all it does. And that's the easiest way to know when to reset your calendar. And it's going to continue cycling through in 2028. It's going to move again from Wednesday. Now it's going to be on Thursday. There we go, Thursday.
Mhm.
Then in 2029, one more time, and trust me, we're going to get to some better things yet. Just bear with me. Once again, 2029, it's cycled over to Friday. And then, of course, in 2030, when it cycles to the Shabbat, that is our reset
Reset.
year.
Yeah.
Right. Because this will be 364 days up here. You see, that's another thing people like. And I can show you also a way of how to do this in a different way where you just count the 364, you count that 6 times. And by the time you do that, you end up here. Then you have the issue of the even parts night, even parts day now being here. Here's another little secret for any brothers and sisters coming into the truth and you're hearing this and you're rolling your eyes at this point because you're like, man, this dude is saying a whole bunch of stuff and he's not simplifying it. Here's the simple point. The simple point is any calendar you follow should never be, their new year should never be 7 or 8 days away from even parts night, even parts day. Okay, there's no such thing as, like the brother said in the chat, he was following the GOCC calendar. Okay, they did theirs here. There's no such thing as a March 2nd past New Year. It doesn't exist. Has never happened since the dawn of time. This
Mhm.
calendar has always cycled through. They always had the year release, and people didn't start getting confused until we went into Babylon and started with the feminine practices of following the moon. The moon is feminine, and I'm not saying that
Mhm.
as offense or anything like that. I'm saying that's part of where the following the moon comes from. That's an actual thing. Okay, whether it be moon worship, I think like what's the goddess's name, Artemis or something like that, and all that weird stuff.
Yeah.
That's where that comes from. All right, but in it, and that's why people are following the moon instead of following the sun. That's
Yeah,
why.
the sun rules the day. The sun is masculine. He is called a bridegroom going forth. So he's akin to Yahusha. At one point, Yahusha is even called the sun. So the sun rules and leads the day. He determines the time because the male is the head.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct. And yeah, like I said, people need to understand that is very simple. What we have happen in Israel, we'll have people say, okay, hey, we don't want to do this because this is what the the two niners or three niners do. The fake who's. So, but yet they'll go and say, okay, but we'll keep this one thing where we follow the moon. Okay, not understanding that a lot of times when they're reading through the scriptures, when it says, oh, it was the new month, I mean, new moon, it actually says new month.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
and
a new
so,
month. Yeah,
right, and they get
anytime it
confused.
says family, anytime it says these are things I have in my calendar. Anytime it says moon, when it means moon, moon, it uses the word Yirach.
That's correct. And
Yirach.
Kodesh per month.
So yeah, so a month is Kodesh means month. So when you look at the Hebrew word for moon, the new moon, you have to go in and look and see if it is Kodesh, which means set apart time, setting apart the times one month from another, or if it is saying Yirach, and it never says Yirach. It never says it. Now, recently, I've been noticing in some of the online Strong's translations more and more, they are adding it. But when I started doing the calendar, it never said that. So Iraq, it's just like how New York, Iraq, Jericho, New York, York, UK, that all is the word for moon. So New York City is Moon City. And so this is associated with all of these religions that are against the Israelites and Yahuwah. They are all into this new moon thing. So here's the word Yirach, which means moon. And so anytime you're seeing new month in scripture, it's saying Kodesh, which means set apart time. And so I have that here in the script, in the calendar, and it says only 20 times does it mean actual moon. but it's like 240 some times it's set apart time. It's Kodesh time. It's new month. All right. So that's why, and like I said, the Ish people, like we were saying, they worship when they came down off the mountain, when Moses came off the mountain and Israel was going crazy worshiping, the bull and everything. That's they were doing this new moon worship. Okay. And that's actually, the bull moon is the moon that's coming with this eclipse that's coming. It's a bull moon. It's the moon at the bottom with a sliver of light, like a smile at the bottom. That's a bull moon. It's a black moon, and it's all associated with Baal worship. It's all associated with Baal worship. This is all stuff in the calendar that talks to you about Baal worship and how the Ish people practice Baal worship. This is the Egyptian Canaanite gods. So that's why we don't follow the moon, because the moon represents actually Israel, the nation. It represents the woman. It's the feminine. And Yahuwah is the masculine. And Yahusha is the masculine. And so the moon is the bride. So because man, even Israel, is fallen, they cannot be used as the measure of time. They can be used for signs and seasons, like the moon can be, but it's the stars, the sun and the stars that perfectly keep time. And that's what the word says.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
All right. Do you want to continue? Sorry.
Yeah, I want to hop on to, let me pull up
I know
the,
he has some really good other examples coming up, fam. So that will give you some simplicity and clarity.
I want to hop back into, a portion of the presentation here.
Yeah. Where is it?
There
I'm
we
not
go.
seeing it in the.
Yeah, there it is
Oh,
right
there. Okay.
there.
I see it. Okay. All
All
right.
right. So continuing on, and this is not to offend anyone, but because I already wrote this slide, and it depends on the audience. I'm, as people can tell, I'm kind of prickly. So it says here in the slide, it says, "What if I'm either too lazy to go outside to verify for myself, or the understanding simply escapes me at this point, or both? It is currently 2024 on the Gregorian calendar. What is the first day of the year? The first day of the year for 2024 is March 17th, which started at evening. For those that observe the evening as the beginning, it started yesterday at evening. All right. So it says, for clarity, that is sundown Saturday, March 16th. A new scriptural day, according to Genesis chapter 1, starts in the evening. Now, I know some people say that, may say it starts in the morning. I'm just given, based on my current understanding. All right. It says more examples can be found in scripture. All right. All right. It says, why do even parts night and even parts day seem to take place on different days throughout the years? We actually just covered that in detail. We showed the moving day. All right. But for speed purposes, it says because the Gregorian calendar has an extra day, thereby for every year we operate, it forwards the timing by 1 day. So after 4 years, the Enoch calendar schedule has been pushed 5 days, 1 day for every year plus leap year. All right. So it says, but isn't the equinox the same every year, March 20th? And the answer is no. We have the National Geographic article. I actually have it pulled up since I subscribe to Disney Plus. I'm able to access it since they own National Geographic now. And long story short, matter of fact, just for clarity, I'll pull that up real quick. Here it is, and then I'll just read a little bit of it because these articles are copyrighted. I can't go through the whole thing on the channel because they'll come and strike the channel. Okay, so we're not going to do the whole thing, but we're just going to read a small sample of it, and people are able to go and check this out for themselves. So let's pull that article up here. 1 second. All right, and there it is, right there. All right, so we want to show that March 20th, that they even know that March 20th is not the equinox. All right. So is that sharing, sister? I believe it is. Let me double check here. Yep, it's up. Okay, great. Um,
Yes.
let's
Oh,
go
sorry,
here.
I was muted.
No, no
Yes, it's
worries.
sharing.
All right, so here we go. I'm just going to read a small portion of this, and before I do, fair use. This is for educational purposes only. Once again, fair use. All right, it says vernal equinox 2012, first day of spring, myth busted. All right, now if anyone has seen my presentation before, they've already seen this portion, but I want to share it with this audience that may not have seen this. Okay, because a lot of brothers and sisters, especially a lot of our people that follow Wednesday, who think they follow the world's equinox, which should be another clue for them that that's incorrect. You know, so as we continue here, it clearly states, are day and night equally long today? The 2012 vernal equinox. Get the answer in other first day of spring facts and oddities. Okay, so this was written in March 20th, 2012. It says in the northern hemisphere, winter officially ended at 1:14 a.m. Eastern time on Tuesday, March 20th, 2012. The vernal equinox or spring equinox making today the first day of spring. But don't be fooled by the old rumor that on the spring equinox, the length of day is exactly equal to the length of night. The true day of the true days of day and night equality always fall before the vernal equinox and after the autumnal or fall equinox, according to Jeff Chester, a public affairs specialist with the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. Goes on to say exactly when it happens depends on where you are located on the surface of the earth, he said. So, a couple of points here, all right? This proves that as we see, our cycle starts around that 17th, which is today. The first day of the year was the 17th. Our last day was the 16th, and it never goes to March 20th. I want people to take note of that too. And notice how they tell you the true days of day night equality always fall before the vernal equinox. This is literally the National Geographic. I mean, obviously Disney owns it now, and the reason I was able to access this article or gain access to it because they put this behind a paywall. This used to be free. Anybody can go to the website. I think they give you like 3 articles for free now, but for me, this is behind a paywall unless you have a subscription to Disney Plus and all that stuff. So once again, fair use. I just wanted to share a portion of it. Does the article continue? Yes, it does, but we don't want to get a copyright strike as we're going down and sharing the entire article on screen. All right. So once again, and we can get that link. I'll get the link over to Sister Rachel, and she can put it into the description of the video. All right. Let's get out of that and hop back over here. Make sure. There we go. So we dealt with that. There we go. Here we go. All right, let me reshare the presentation, get to some of the good stuff that people may ask or how so they'll be able to answer some of these things. So what I'm going to do is talk about, there we go. And if anybody in the chat have questions that people usually have or something like that that I may miss or anything, feel free let me know. Even if you've seen the presentation before, it might be something there may be something you want me to expound on a little bit more to the best of my ability. Let me see here. Is that currently up? I believe it is. Yes, it is. All right, great. So here it says, but why do some people observe Wednesday as the first day of the year? Some of the reasons some feel the new year comes in on Wednesday. They say that Messiah was crucified on Wednesday. They incorrectly will use Daniel 9:27. Earlier in the presentation, we talked about time and how certain things are rendered in jubilees. All right. It goes on and says how to answer these assertions. The time indicated in Daniel is rendered in jubilees. For example, the 70 weeks equals 490 years. All right. Some say because the women came to the tomb in the end of the Sabbath and he was already gone, not understanding this was at the end of a Sabbath week.
Okay, can you just repeat that once more? Because your microphone went really staticky when you said 400 and somewhere in 409
Okay.
years.
Oh yeah, no worries. So can you hear me now? Mic check.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Just try not to move or move maybe the connection. For some reason, when you move it gets staticky.
Oh, okay. It may be the headphone. So once again, it says some of the reasons people feel that New Year comes in on Wednesday. They say that Christ was crucified on Wednesday. They incorrectly will use Daniel chapter 9:27. Okay. How we answer this, that time is indicated that is indicated in Daniel is rendered actually in Jubilees. So for example, 70 weeks equals 490 years. All right. Now, some say because the women came to the tomb in the end of the Sabbath, and he was already gone, not understanding this was at the end of a Sabbath week. All right. Also, we have Numbers chapter 9, verses 4 through 12, then Numbers chapter 19, verse 11. It says, He that toucheth the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. This means if the women went to the tomb during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, they would have been violating the scripture. All right. So hopefully that, makes some sense there. Let's continue on. Let's see here. All right. And then I picked up this source from Kingdom Preppers. It says Matthew 28:1 in the Greek can actually be paraphrased as follows. It says the Greek translation in Matthew 28:1 actually can be paraphrased as follows. And now, a long time after 1 week having dawned into a new week, came Mary, the woman of Magdala, and the other Mary to look at the sepulchre. Now, typically, what I would do here is just pull up the portion of my video presentation where it kind of goes through this. And so the people can see it for themselves. But actually, in the Greek, there is a certain word there that specifies that this did take place after a week. All right. Um, but for time purposes, I may have to come back and go into that a little bit more at a later time.
Well, I wouldn't
And
mind if you would just get a little specific about it because it is,
okay.
a lot of people think about the long Good Friday and he died on the Friday and all of this kind of thing.
All right.
So
So I'll pull it up right now.
yeah, if you can give a little bit more to us
Yeah.
because it does make sense that it would have been first fruits after first fruits
Yeah,
because
it is. And so I'm
yeah,
pulling it up right now. Just give me a moment. It's moving a little bit
and
slow.
that would have been the day of the solar eclipse, by the way, family. When they came to the tomb, that would be the day of the solar eclipse. That when the solar eclipse is happening this year, because it's the day after first fruits. Interesting,
All
right?
right.
I mean, it just occurred to me because I'm looking at my calendar. Because they would have had to have gone through, Pesach, Feast of Unleavened Bread, and first fruits, and then they
All
would
right.
be able to visit the tomb.
All right. So I'm going to drop this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share that portion from the presentation, and then that'll give me a chance to dash out and grab some coffee real quick. So 1 second here. I'm pulling it up right now.
All right.
Here we go. So this is available on my YouTube channel. All right. The whole entire presentation is available. However, what you're seeing here tonight is a little bit far more in depth. Okay. So we've added a lot more content to the presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and hit share. And we're going to do a little quick sound check. Make sure this can actually be heard. Click here, and then I'm going to hit play. And Sister Rachel, just let me know once it's you can hear something coming off the video that so the audience can make sure that they hear it okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's get in there and take a closer look at this. All right, so here we are at Kingdom Preppers. All right, could you hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
Audience, can you guys hear that? Just put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it.
So it says here, that high day, as it turns out, stretched from Sabbath morning through Passover evening and night, all the way to unleavened bread evening. making for a full 36 hours before those who celebrated the feast would be able to do anything about the bodies on the stakes. But what about the famed quotes from all four good news books, which see people coming to the tomb on the supposed early morning of the first day following the Friday staking? He goes on, he says, and yes, I believe Yahushua was indeed staked on a Friday. It says here in Matthew 28 1, Mark 16 1 through 2, Luke 24 1, and John 21 all recount the events of an early morning visit to the tomb. But there is something interesting in the original wording of all four verses that prove extremely revealing. While all these passages pretty much say the same thing, the clearest picture is painted in Matthew's account. All right. Now, Matthew 28, verse 1 contains a phrase that has been debated for quite some time now. For one thing, one Greek word, which is used twice in the verse with the same exact spelling, is translated in two very different ways, which is very suspect on the surface. The word I'm referring to is Sabbaton, which is written like in two places in Matthew 28 and 1. And we see it here on the screen. Let's zoom in a little bit. All right. So we can get a look at that. We're going to go to Blue Letter Bible and check this out too. All right. Because we know you're going to have people out there, they don't trust anything. So goes on, it says, this word cannot be translated two different ways. And the translators respected this in many other areas where the same Greek word was used twice in the same passage. But in Matthew 28 1, Sabbaton is translated as both Sabbath and week. But the Greek word used to actually refer to a Sabbath is not usually Sabbaton, but Sabbatu or Sabbato, which looks like this. All right. Now you can clearly, they look almost similar, but as we see here, we have an extra letter here, and we have what looks to be some type of vowel looking point thing underneath what appears to be in English what would look like almost like a W. All right. I'm not no Greek. So continuing on, it says, but getting back to Matthew 28 1, I'll break it down word for word from the Greek text, its transliteration with the associated meaning and Strong's numbers listed as well, so they could be looked up in Blue Letter Bible, which we will also link. Okay. So let's go ahead and jump over into that Blue Letter Bible real quick. Let's take a look at what's going on here. All right. So here we are, Blue Letter Bible. All right. So we got the word pulled up. Let's scroll up a little bit. Sabbaton. All right. Here's the word. Already got it pulled up. Got the Hebrew origin. All right. Let's go down here and see what's going on here. Strong's definition. There we are. It says, of Hebrew origin, the Sabbath or day of weekly repose from secular avocations. Goes on, it says, also the observance of or institution itself, by extension, a sea night, the interval between two Sabbaths. The interval between two Sabbaths. Likewise, the plural in all above applications. Sabbath day, comma, week. But what is this? A sea night. Well, let's go ahead and get that pulled up. See, can we get that pulled up real quick? I think we have that right here. Here we go. So let's pull up the definition of that. All right. So Google says a sea night is a week. It's literally a week. All right. Now this is incorrect right here, I believe, but I'm not sure. But I don't know if that says week. This might be night or something. But here, a week is what the definition of Sonite is, right? So let's go back to Blue Letter Bible to verify that it does say Sonite. All right, let's go back. Let's go ahead and hop over in there. Here we go. We're back at Blue Letter Bible. All right. So we can clearly see Tonight, and feel free, most importantly, to look this stuff up for yourself. All right. Because a lot of our people, they get lazy. They hear conflicting information, this, that, and the other, but they don't want to go and check this stuff out. All right. Greek or G4521. Here's the Hebrew origin. It says, once again, G4521. Feel free to look this stuff up for yourself. All right. But it's a C night. That's a week. Why is that important? We're about to see. All right. Keep in mind, let's go back to what the brother wrote. Here we are back at the Kingdom Prepper. So it says, he's going to break it down. It says, a long time and now, a week, two done into 1 week came Mary, the woman of Magdala, and the other Mary. Look at the sepulcher, right? And here's the actual breakdown. It says, and now a long time after, 1 week having dawned into a new week came Mary, the woman of Magdala, and the other Mary to look at the sepulcher. That's what it should say, right? But we're going to need more, right? Because we know the game. Nobody listens to nobody, but everybody thinks they know all things. So we have to just go and see and search these things out. All right. So let's get back into the presentation. All right. So once again, you see clearly there on screen that paraphrase right there, right? So we're going to go ahead and get some more. Let's go. Let's get a second witness to this translation of Matthew 28:1. I call Gospel of Peter to the stand. You're up. So let's get it. All right, here we are. We're in the Gospel of Peter. That's right, the Gospel of Peter. All right. All right, so what we're about to see now is the Gospel of Peter. This is a second witness. All right. I'm currently working on even more information to add additional to this from things that we find in the Gospel of Mark and in the Gospel of Luke. But want to make sure people understand, so far, what we just seen in Matthew 28:1, when you actually still to this day go and look up that word, it's a C night. It literally lines up with what you see in Luke. It lines up with what you see in Mark, if you're able to discern it as well. But here in the Gospel of Peter, it's going to be a little bit, add a little bit of more detail to it. So, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and continue playing the clip. And once again, this can also be found on the channel. On my channel, I don't post videos regularly. So, you guys don't need to subscribe or anything like that. But, if you want to see this, in detail or, once again, or you can just rewatch it here on Sister Rachel's channel. All right. I'm going to start at verse 28. All right. This is right after Christ's crucifixion. Let's go ahead and get that. It says, but the scribes and Pharisees and elders gathered one with another, for they had heard that all the people were murmuring and beating their breasts, saying, if these very great signs have come to pass at his death, behold how righteous he was. And the elders were afraid and came unto Pilate, entreating him and saying, give us soldiers that we or they may watch his sepulchre for 3 days, lest his disciples come and steal him away, and the people suppose that he is risen from the dead and do us hurt. All right. So these scribes and Pharisees, they were afraid. All right. And Pilate gave them Petronius, the centurion, with soldiers to watch the sepulchre. And the elders and scribes came with them unto the tomb. And when they had rolled a great stone to keep out the centurion and the soldiers, then all that were there together set it up on the door of the tomb and plastered thereon 7 seals. And they pitched a tent there and kept watch. All right. So hopefully you're following along, because it's going to get interesting, right? Let's continue. So far, sounds like familiar territory for the most part. Let's continue. Verse 34. And early in the morning, as the Sabbath dawned, there came a multitude from Jerusalem and the region round about to see the sepulchre that had been sealed. Now, in the night whereon the Lord's day dawned, as the soldiers were keeping guard 2 by 2 in every watch, there came a great sound in the heaven, and they saw the heavens opened, and 2 men descend thence, shining with a great light, and drawing near unto the sepulchre. All right. So 2 men, let's read that again. Verse 36, there came a great sound in the heaven, and they saw the heavens open, and 2 men descend thence, shining with a great light, and drawing near unto the sepulchre. Verse 37, and that stone which had been set on the door rolled away of itself and went back to the side, and the sepulchre was open, and both of the young men entered in. Okay. When therefore those soldiers saw that, they waked up the centurion and the elders. All right. For they also were there keeping watch. And while they were yet telling them the things which they had seen, they saw again 3 men come out of the sepulchre. So 2 went in, but 3 came out of the tomb. Continuing. And 2 of them sustaining the other, and a cross following after them. And of the 2, they saw that their heads reached unto heaven, which could imply that they're tall, right? But of him that was led by them, that it overpassed the heavens. And they, verse 42, heard a voice out of the heavens saying, hast thou preached unto them that sleep? And an answer was heard from the cross, saying, yea. 43. Those men therefore took counsel one with another to go and report these things unto Pilate. And while they yet thought thereabout, again the heavens were opened, and a man descended and entered into the tomb. All right. So we're going to stop at 45 for right now, but we're going to continue in a second. All right. So so far what we have. All right. Going back up to verse 35. All right. So this is right after the Sabbath in verse 34, because we want to keep track of the time here. It says, now in the night where on the Lord's day dawned. Okay. This is first day. All right. So how do we know this? Because it says the Lord's day. A lot of people get that confused, but it actually is first day according to what is written here. And we also see in Genesis chapter 1, let there be light was also on first day. All right. That doesn't mean you keep the Sabbath on first day. That's incorrect. All right. Verse 34 says, again, we're going to start at 34. And early in the morning, as the Sabbath dawned, there came a multitude from Jerusalem and the region round about to see the sepulchre that had been sealed. But then we go to another day. It says, now in the night where on the Lord's day dawned, understanding that the word dawn could be sunset and sunrise, right? Because it's used interchangeably. That's important. Want to keep track of the time here. All right. So we've seen the events happen. 2 men came from heaven. The stone rolled back. They went in. 3 men walked out. All right. Another man came from heaven, went into the tomb. Let's continue. All right. Start at verse 42. It says, hast thou preached unto them that sleep? And an answer was heard from the cross, saying, yea. Those men therefore took counsel one with another to go and report those things unto Pilate. And while they yet thought thereabout, again the heavens were opened, and a man descended and entered into the tomb. And they that were with the centurion, all right, or the centurion that they were with him, when they saw that, hasted to go by night unto Pilate. So this is nighttime on first day, and left the sepulchre whereon, or technically this is the dawn of so it's at nighttime, but first day dawn at night. So that's technically going into what some would call Monday. All right. Because that's why, people can't say, well, how do you get from Friday to Sunday? It's not from Friday to Sunday. That's not enough time. All right. It would be Friday till Monday. All right. But continuing, it says, and they that were with the centurion, when they saw that, hasted to go by night unto Pilate, and left the sepulchre whereon they were keeping watch, and told all that they had seen, and were in great agony, saying, of a truth, he was the Son of Elohim. All right. So, verse 46, Pilate answered and said, I am clear from the blood of the Son of God, but thus it seemed good unto you. Then all they came and besought him and exhorted him to charge the centurion and the soldiers to tell nothing of that they had seen. All right. So this is important. So they're all charged with silence, to keep silent. All right. None of the Jews in that area at the time, celebrating Feast of Unleavened Bread, they would be unaware of this, or at least most of them would be, because they're not coming to visit that site at the time. All right. Continuing, it says, for said they, it is expedient for us to incur the greatest sin before God rather than to fall into the hands of the people of the Jews and to be stoned. Pilate therefore charged the centurion and the soldiers that they should say nothing. Verse 50. Now early on the Lord's day, so this is the following first day, right? Says early on the Lord's day, Mary Magdalene, a disciple of the Lord, which being afraid because of the Jews, for they were inflamed with anger, had not performed at the sepulchre of the Lord those things which women are accustomed to do unto them that die. So there was a custom where, they would go in and, do whatever duties they had to do for the bodies. All right. So it says, which women are accustomed to do unto them that die and are beloved of them, took with her the women, her friends, and came unto the tomb where he was laid. And they feared lest the Jews should see them, and said, even if we were not able to weep and lament him on that day whereon he was crucified, yet let us now do so at his tomb. But who will roll away for us the stone also that is set upon the door of the tomb, that we may enter in and sit beside him and perform that which is due? For the stone was great, and we fear lest any man see us. And if we cannot do so, yet let us cast down at the door these things which we bring for a memorial of him, and we will weep and lament until we come unto our house. So notice how it says, let us cast down these things that we bring for him, right? That's how you get, a lot of things you'll find, in scripture, right? You have people that'll go to tombstones, graveyards, and they leave things on those things. You still see that sometimes today. Verse 55. And they went and found the sepulchre open. They drew near and looked in there and saw there a young man sitting in the midst of the sepulchre, of a fair countenance and clad in very bright raiment, which said unto them, remember, a man came from heaven and went back in, right? So this is who's sitting there. He says and said unto them in verse 56, wherefore are ye come? Whom seek ye? Not him that was crucified. He is risen and is departed. Okay, so this lines up with scripture. All right, this lines up with the gospels in the 66 books. But if ye believe it not, look in and see the place where he lay, that he is not here, for he is risen and is departed thither whence he was sent. Hallelujah. Then the women were affrighted and fled. Now it was the last day of unleavened bread. Then it continues on. All right. So, and many more were coming forth from the city and returning unto their own homes, because the feast was at an end. So 7 days had passed. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is 7 days. Okay. So people need to go in, feel free to research this stuff for yourself. This is the gospel of Peter. All right. Because we have to bring clarity to some of these things. Right. And like I said, we got the source over here, the Kingdom Prepper. You can also go and check that out and read it for yourself. All right. If you're going to come and argue in the comments and you ain't read the information for yourself or did the research, that's kind of pointless, right? All right. So let's get back into it.
All right. That was really interesting. Are you still there, Tyrone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have some questions for you for clarity for this because I did listen to this before.
All right.
Can you just mark this out for us? Because I have a question, and I'm trying to figure out the term Shabbat can actually be used interchangeably for an appointed time as well as a Sabbath,
Correct.
as well as a week of Sabbaths. And what we have during this time that we're entering into right now, we actually have four appointed times. One, two, we have basically the unleavened, like the do this in remembrance of me, Last Supper kind of thing that is part of the unleavened bread. And we have the Pesach, we have the unleavened bread, do these things in remembrance of me, which is part and parcel of that. And then we have all of this summing up on another Shabbat. And then the day after that, we have first fruits. And so, can you mark through what you've just read, the events that occurred? Because you were saying that it was on a so called Monday that he rose on a so-called Monday, and Pilate and, well, at least the centurions were there. I just want to make sure that I have it right because I'm somebody the reason why I study, the reason why I teach is because it forces me to study. And I usually would mark this out like on a timeline and cross-check it and everything. So I'm just wondering if you would just review those points in the events in relation to days. If you would just reiterate them, I just want to make sure that I got them correctly.
All right. So starting here, because the Gospel of Peter, I have that on the video, and that's actually a digital file that I would have to pull up, but I do have the book. But the book would take me, I would have to find, it'd take me a long time to find that particular portion. So
Well,
can
so
you hear me?
so just yeah, all I'm saying is if you can look at this calendar, I put the calendar up again.
All
And if
right.
you can go like, okay, so this is when he died. This is when the angels rolled away the stone, and the flanking angels came in, and then he came out with them and rolled away the stone. This is when the centurions were there, and this is when the women came to do the embalming.
Yeah. So we would start on Passover. Going back to on yours, it would be the Friday evening. So that would be the uh, what appears to be, yeah, right there. So 12, so 13, that's the 13th day of the month. But at evening, it begins Passover. So I would have to go into, I want to say is it Matthew that has a specific times on that where it says like around the ninth hour or something to that effect. Um, Let me go here. See, can I find that real quick? Unless you know where that particular verse is at, but I would
Oh,
start there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yes. Yeah, and it's okay. We don't need to quote the verse. If you want, you can. I just would like you to just reiterate the events as
Oh,
written
okay.
in Peter.
So yeah, so
Doesn't have
basically,
to be perfect.
yeah, he's given up on Passover. Then you have the 3 days, 3 nights, and then the word dawn. Like I said in the video presentation, that word dawn is used interchangeably. More so, back then probably, but the word dawn. So when we go to first day, right? So we got Friday, we have Saturday, or what they call, Saturday. So start at Friday. on it. Yeah, right there. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? But at the dawn, okay, at the dawn, which is more so towards the evening, okay. And like I said, that can be used interchangeably. So in that little divide there, that's the 3 days and the 3 nights. All right. Now,
Mhm.
was that time a little bit shorter, as far as like specific hour wise? That I cannot say. All right. If that makes any
Yeah.
sense.
Mhm.
But the reason it makes sense because um, Yehoshua, he was also, the first fruits. And we go on to know that when he did come across the women, he said, "You can't touch me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father." This is the 7 days. Remember, to consecrate a priest, it takes 7 days, and they had to eat the unleavened bread. So during the feast of unleavened bread, how do we know this? And I'm going to show you this in the book of Luke. I'm sorry, in the Gospel of Luke also. But how do we know this? Because he said, "Don't touch me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father." Once he then appeared later, okay, at the beginning of the following week, yes, right there, at the early in the Sabbath. Go back to where it says 21 on your calendar, the 21st
Mhm.
day, right? Early in the Sabbath, so in the evening time, approximately. It could have been also in the morning time of Sunday. You have what him being able to appear and allowing the disciples to touch him because he had completed the 7 days. Now, here comes more evidence, right? So let's
Yeah.
go to Luke.
And you
Let
see
me
that's first fruits, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Right,
And
because
then
it
the
comes
day
right.
after
Right,
that.
yeah, it's perfect. It comes right after unleavened bread. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's actually how my calendar is set up as well. Now, I want to show the people something that they can be able to follow along because it sounds complicated right now, but we're going to make it become very clear. Gospel of Luke, chapter 24, and we're going to jump down to prove the time frame of this. Luke 24. Matter of fact, if you guys want to bear with me, I'll read quickly. I'm going to start at Luke 24, verse 1, but I'm going to, skip down to the verse that needs to be seen. So here in Luke chapter 24, verse 1, okay, it says, "Now upon the first day of the week, very early in the morning, they came unto the sepulchre." Here's the issue. Once again, it says very early in the morning, but the first day of the week. Now we could say, okay, is this Sunday morning or is this Saturday evening going into the first day of the week? Okay, but we're not splitting hairs here. But it says, "Now upon the first day of the week, very early in the morning." Oh, great, yeah, that's even better. "They came unto the sepulchre, bringing the spices which they had prepared, and certain others with them." That was the duty that they had to perform. The anointing and the spices and all those were the customs. "And they found the stone rolled away from the sepulchre, and they entered in and found not the body of Yehoshua Hamashiach. And it came to pass, as they were much perplexed thereabout, behold, two men stood by them in shining garments. And as they were afraid and bowed their faces to the earth, they said unto them, Why seek ye living among the dead? He is not here, but is risen. Remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee, saying, The Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of sinful men and be crucified, and the third day rise again. And they remembered his words and returned from the sepulchre and told all these things unto the 11 and to all the rest." Okay. Verse 10, "It was Mary Magdalene and Joanna and Mary, the mother of James, and other women that were with them, which told these things unto the apostles. And their words seemed to them as idle tales, and they believed them not. Then arose Peter and ran unto the sepulchre. Stooping down, he beheld the linen clothes laid by themselves, and departed, wondering in himself at that which was come to pass." All right. "And behold, two of them went that same day to a village called Emmaus, which was from Jerusalem about three score furlongs. That's 7 miles." Okay, so they're doing a lot of moving around. Okay, because they didn't have vehicles at that time, so they may have took camels, this, that, and the other. But Peter ran to the sepulchre. But continuing on, verse 14, "And they talked together of all the things which had happened. And it came to pass, that while they communed together and reasoned, Yasha or Yehoshua himself drew near and went with them. But their eyes were holden, meaning that they couldn't behold him or didn't know it was him, that they should not know him. Verse 17, and he said unto them, what manner of communications are these that ye have one to another as ye walk and are sad? Okay, so now at this time, the Messiah is appearing to him. Verse 18, and one of them whose name was Cleopas, answering, said unto him, art thou only a stranger in Jerusalem, and has not known the things which are come to pass there in these days? And he said unto them, what things? And they said unto him, concerning Yehoshua of Nazareth, which was a prophet, mighty indeed in word before Elohim and all the people, and how the chief priests and our rulers delivered him to be condemned to death and have crucified him. But we trusted that it had been he which should have redeemed Israel. And besides all this, today is the third day since these things were done. Yea. And I'm going to go down to verse 30 here. Yea, and certain women, I'm still in 22. You can keep it in 22. I was just letting you know where I was going to stop at. Verse 22. Sorry about that.
Oh, verse 22.
Yeah, I'm going to read all the way down to 30. It says,
Oh,
yea, and certain women of our company made us astonished, which were early at the sepulchre. And when they found not his body, they came saying that they had also seen a vision of angels, which said he was alive. That was the people that went back in. And certain of them which were with us went to the sepulchre and found it even so as the women had said, but him they saw not. Okay, so now we have documented Mary and the women and the apostles all went to the sepulchre. Watch this. Then he said unto them, O fools, slow of heart to believe all the prophets have spoken. Ought not Christ have verse 26, ought not Christ or Messiah to have Hamashiach to have suffered these things and to enter into his glory? And beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded unto them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. And they drew nigh unto the village where they went, and he made as though he would have gone further. But they constrained him, saying, abide with us, for it is toward evening, and the day is far spent. And he went in to tarry with them. Verse 30, watch this. And it came to pass, as he sat at meat with them, he took bread and blessed it and brake and gave to them. Now go ahead and click on tools. There we go. Click in a linear. Scroll down to the word bread. Keep going. Go. Yeah, right there. G. Click on that. Okay. This is leavened bread. All right. It's artos. G740. This is a week later. If it is not a week later for all the Wednesday people, that's why I had to break out the Gospel of Peter. If it is not a week later, you would then have the women. You would then have Peter, the rock of the church, all the apostles violating the feast of unleavened bread, rushing into the sepulchres and the graveyards. Then you would have Yehoshua or Yahusha himself eating leavened bread during the feast of unleavened bread, if this is not a week later. And I'm going to go back and deal with verse 24. I'm sorry, chapter 24, verse 21 also, but we'll do that in a second. This is artos. Now, go ahead and type in right up top where it says Blue Letter Bible, type in the word unleavened, and we're going to go to the New Testament and see what the word is. And everybody write this down. Once again, that's G740. Go ahead and find it in Matthew. We're going to find a version in Matthew.
In Matthew?
Right. We're looking at the Greek text right now.
Okay.
Right. Because we got to go Greek for Greek.
So, right.
Yeah, Mark is good. Mark or Acts, either way. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and click on that. Click on that. There you go. Scroll down. And you want to get to the word unleavened right there. G106. These are time periods. That's why to understand the calendar, it is imperative that we all keep the feast as they are stated. Continuing. This is Azimos. Go ahead and click the little sound thing because I'm not a Greek teacher. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's not the sound's not coming through on this end, but it looks like it says adzumus. Is that correct?
Yeah, Adsumos. Adsumos
Ad-
is what he said.
yes, ma'am. So now this bread is unfermented, free from leaven or yeast. Okay, it's very
Mhm.
important people understand this because
Right?
these are timelines. Now let's go back up so the people, if you could, please, ma'am.
Hmm.
Right, go back down just a little bit. Sorry. Right, keep going to where biblical usage. Right there, outline of biblical usage. Keep going. Yeah, down right there. This is where you want to go, people, so you can see how the word is being used and what the word is used for. In the Greek text, okay, so this is it's called osmos, and the Hebrew word is different, which it might be like what is it? I'm sorry, it escapes me right now. Mazo or something like that.
Masa, or this one is,
Yeah, matzah. That's correct, matzah. Okay, that's the Hebraic
yeah,
term, matzah.
yeah,
I
that's the
can't hear it, but
matzah.
I can't hear it, but I can read it.
Yeah,
But
I was
okay,
playing it, but yeah, the matzah. Yeah.
okay. So go back up to where. Go back up, please. Down to biblical usage. Sorry about that, man.
Okay.
Yeah. So right there, biblical usage. Okay. So in the New Testament, anytime you see unleavened bread, it's going to be. Scroll back up to the top of this one, which is the G. Anytime you see unleavened bread, it's G106. G106. Okay. So that's unleavened bread. Christ was eating leavened bread at the time. They literally were doing this a week after the feast. Now, let's give them more information. We're going to go to Mark chapter 16. Okay? Because it's like putting the pieces of a puzzle together. It isn't just the gospel of Peter alone. Remember, the first witness is Matthew 28 verse 1, in the Greek being sea night. Then you add in the gospel of Peter, the gospel of Luke, the gospel of Mark. Here we are, the gospel of Mark. Mark chapter 16, and I'm going to start at verse 1, and I'm only going to go down to verse 9, but I'm going to start at verse 1. And I'll try to read quickly in case some of the brothers and sisters are wondering why we're going so long, but I'll read it quickly. It says, and when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome had bought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. Okay. Here's the issue. Once again, it says, and when the Sabbath was passed, that could mean when that Sabbath of unleavened bread was over, or the entire Sabbath week, as Sister Rachel already stated. We're going to prove this in the next 8 verses. Verse 2, and very early in the morning. So now this is very early in the morning, according to what's written here in Mark. Very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. So this is it. So this is part the second half of first day, because our day starts in the evening. They came in the morning at the rising of the sun in the first day of the week. So we get a little bit of context of what this is saying. And they said among themselves, who shall roll away the stone from the door of the sepulchre? And when they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. Notice the stone has 7 seals too, but that's another story.
Yes, yes, we have to talk about that. So don't forget.
So it goes on that, yeah, because you see it says that there's a phrase, the seals have been broken. That's
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
like a
and there's an eclipse. This is first fruits, and then there's an eclipse afterwards, and like he comes out and he breaks the 7 seals, and so this is maybe like, anyway, keep going.
yeah,
Sorry.
seven seals, 7 days. It's a lot of everything lines up here.
Yeah,
All right, and there
Sabbath.
were seven.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Continuing on, verse 4. And when they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. Verse 5. And entering into the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment, and they were afraid. And he said unto them, be not afraid. Ye seek Yehoshua of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. Behold the place where they laid him. But go your way until. So now, before we continue into verse 7, 8, and 9, according to some of the Wednesday people, they're going to say, okay, well, no, the women went to the tomb and they were going to go and rub up on his dead body, anointed with the oils and spices and all these things, and be unclean for 7 days during the Passover. All right. So that's a direct violation of the Torah, what I already went over in the book of Numbers, and we can pull that
Yeah.
too later. But continuing on here in
But
verse 7.
the other thing is that if this is first fruits as well, it would also be a violation.
Okay,
But
well we can.
this is, anyway, let's keep going.
All right. So it goes on. It says, and he saith unto them, be not afraid, affrighted. Ye seek Yehoshua of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. Behold the place where they laid him. But go your way. Tell his disciples and Peter that he goes before you into Galilee, meaning like he done got up, he's on his way to Galilee. Yeah, they go on and say, there shall you see him. And he said, as he said unto you. And they went out quickly, fled from the sepulchre. Remember, 7 furlongs, as we already went over, right? In Luke, the 7 miles. So they would have to go there early in the morning and then go back. And then Peter, as we're going to see, he's going to want to come and see what's going on, as we saw in the other gospel. So it says here in verse 8, and they went out quickly and fled from the sepulchre, for they trembled and were amazed. Neither said they anything to any man, for they were afraid. Now, as you look at verse 9 right there where it says the word now, sister, right outside of that, go back right there in the same verse. It says now, right to the left of it, right to the left of it. No, to the left of the word now. No, go back to the little gray thing. The little
Hold
gray
on.
thing right next. There's a little gray thing right next to it. It's like a little paragraph
Oh,
marker.
that. Okay, yeah.
Yes, those are time jumps, people. A lot of
Mhm,
times,
mhm.
if you don't know how to read the King James Bible, a lot of times they'll put these there. Sometimes these will denote that a space of time has taken place. How do we know this? The verse itself is about to prove it. Watch this. Now, when Yehoshua was risen early the first day of the week, he appeared to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 devils. But when we read verse 2, it says, very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre at the rising of the sun, and he was already gone. From that time, they went and contacted the disciples. Then the disciples went back. He appeared to the women later. Okay. Once again, showing that these are two separate first days, or can be two separate first days. Let me
Yeah.
be very specific about that. So,
Yeah, for sure.
what I'm kind of trying to work on now, with my brother Elder Gabar, is trying to put together, take all these scriptures in the Gospels, in Mark, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and as far as his resurrection, and lay them all out in timeline order. Now I know Blue
Mhm.
Letter Bible allows you to do something kind of like that. All right. So for people that want
Good.
to get like it kind of lets you do it in chronological order, which is important because when we read the scriptures, when we have to deal with like the satanic Christian people or anything like that, it's important that we know the order of events because they don't, and that's what causes them. On top of that, not being able to understand what Brother Paul is saying, they get confused and they think, well, the way that they read it is the order that it happened in. So you'll get like a person come up and they'll think that the book of Job, takes place way in the middle or at the, towards the end of the Old Testament versus where it actually takes place, which is between Genesis, somewhere between Genesis, I want to say chapter 11 and, chapter 30, or maybe after, like a little bit before chapter 32, things like that. So it's
Logic. Will
important.
you explain earlies at DA is saying satanic Christian people?
Oh yeah, no, no. So I don't mean it like in an offensive way. It's more so. So here's the thing: the proper term is messianic, which means to follow the Messiah. Um, there's no such thing as a religion of Christianity. That really doesn't appear anywhere in the text. Though they were called Christians,
By
they
their
were
enemies.
that
By their
right,
enemies. Their enemies
exactly.
call them Christians.
Right, and that simply means to follow the Messiah. So, and some translations will actually tell you they were called Messianics at sometime.
Yeah,
So,
Natsar. Natsar is the real term. They called them Natsar. They called themselves Natsar, not Christians. But also, it's when you're talking about lawlessness, when you're saying, and just let me know if I'm correct about this. I'm assuming this is what you're saying. So he's saying satanic Christian people when he's talking about lawlessness. When he's saying Christians
correct,
who are not going to observe the appointed times or believe that they're relevant. So
or
then
or
that's a
or think that
lawless
they sin.
Christian. That's a lawless Christian. You know what I
That's right.
mean? So when they look at these days and timelines, they're like, no, no, it was the long Good Friday, and it was, and Sunday is the Sabbath, and they're going to be doing all of that. So which is all against the law. So that's what he means. He's not saying all Christians are satanic. We know a lot of people are coming out of Christianity into the full truth. That's why his channel is called Into All Truth. Hallelujah, by the Ruach HaKodesh. So that's the distinction he's making, because you will get into these arguments, with people who are like, people have been traumatized, right? Brainwashed. And so they don't want to, they struggle with, or their mind will struggle with receiving the truth, right? And so then it becomes you're in a battle with a demon, right? So not that all Christians are satanic, okay? So
Right.
does
So,
that make sense?
yeah, to be more specific, it's Christianity, that the religion called Christianity. So the Messiah didn't come to bring a religion called Christianity. You can call yourself a Christian. Many people do, but very few actually live up to that moniker, which means to be a disciple or follower of the master of Messiah. So
Yeah.
to follow him, I'm sorry.
uh, like Mashiach, or Christ, means the anointed one. Yeah.
Okay, correct. And so it says, okay, so he said Jesus Christ is a Christian. Okay, that's 100% incorrect. It says, but yes, many people who claim to follow him are not true followers. So um, Yehoshua was an Israelite from the tribe of Judah. You can find that in the scriptures. What you won't find is Yehoshua being called a Christian. He was called, you know, he was from the tribe of Judah. That's according to scripture. So hopefully
Yeah,
that kind of
yeah,
helps clear
yeah.
that
We
up.
don't want to get off topic, but go and study early SDA, and study the term Christian when it was first used in the scripture. It was not used at the time of the Messiah when he was alive and walking the earth, so he would have never called himself that. Find out who used it. It was actually the enemies of the Christians who were using it. Okay, and there's actually there's some good study, a lot of good studies on it online. Go and find out about the timeline of the use of that term, and you will see that it is not a term that was used. That this is what we mean. A lot of stuff has been changed. That's why we're doing this work. We're restoring. We're Israel restoring the truth by the Ruach Hakodesh, as taught by the children of Israel, as taught according to what's actually written in the book. And there is no point where, anyway, I don't want to get off on this. Let's return to the teaching.
All right. I just wanted
So,
to, if I can, I just want to give two scriptures, and then I'll finish with that.
sure.
I just wanted to say these two things. So check out Hebrews 7:14, where it tells you, for it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood, and also the biblical definition of satanic, so people don't feel offended. Because I'm not here to offend anyone. I'm here to just give them the truthful information as they ask questions or what have you. But I have to speak in the normal path that I speak in, and that's one of those things that's just normal for me to say because it is true. But the biblical definition of satanic is going to be First John chapter 3, verse 8. So it says in First John chapter 3, verse 8, and this is for anybody that wants to know these things, because a lot of people get offended. I learned this back in 2016. I used to be a part of a Bible study group, Christian Bible study group. And when I would use that word, they would get highly offended. But In 1 John chapter 3, verse 8, it clearly states, he that committeth sin is of the devil. For the devil sinneth from the beginning. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. So the first portion of that, before the semicolon, it clearly states, he that committeth sin is of the devil. All right. To be of something, to be of the devil, that is satanic. That's literally that's literally what that is. Okay. So a lot of those people that follow that religion, they don't keep the commandments, which is sin. Okay, which is defined in verse 4 of the same chapter. And so he that committeth sin is not of Christ, as y'all would call it, but of the devil. To be of something makes you of that thing. That's where I get the terminology, they are satanic, if that makes any sense. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's correct. That's correct, Ron. Letter J did not exist when Yehoshua walked the earth. That's 100% correct. But I try to give it to him a little bit easier than that, because even though we've been saying that for years and years and years, it's still very jarring for some people that if they simply Google when the letter J was invented, they'll see that it was around the 1500s. All right, but back on topic. Hopefully I was able to answer some of those questions concerning the timeline. But one of the key takeaways, and like I said, me and the brother Elder Gabar, we're going to try to go in even deeper on the thing concerning the food. I'm sorry, concerning the bread. And, one of the key things on that is it kind of gives a marker or an indicator. And you can see this all throughout. And it always, gets that point when it's talking about unleavened bread and when it's talking about leavened bread. It makes a distinction, but it still uses the word bread. So to those of us who may not know that or be untrained on that, we would just read it for what it is, not understanding that
Mhm. Yeah.
in the Greek language, there's two different words for the word bread, for the English word bread. So we have to be very mindful of this. And like I told a pastor, last year, it was like a Christian pastor. I was getting him some information. I said, hey, you have to go by what's behind the word. You have to go by what it actually says in the actual original language to bring that clarification. Because if not, people will start, bumping heads and arguing and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And I told him, I said, English is not your God. English is not English. The English language is not your God. I know it feels good to speak it because that's our native language, but English is not your God. You have to go by what's written behind the translation. Because when you go
Mhm.
into other countries, they got translations too. Out of the, thousands of languages or hundreds of languages or whatever they are, everybody has translations into their own language. So you have to go to the original source, to really clear some of those things up, such as the word
Yeah.
Sinai.
Such as the word.
I'm sorry, such as the word sea night that I had mentioned in the presentation when I showed the video. You know, going into those things, you have to go into the original language sometimes to be able to clear up misunderstandings or mispieces, such as the unleavened bread versus the leavened bread. Because if
Yeah.
not, according to some of the people out there, they'll have Yehoshua eating leavened bread during the feast of unleavened bread because they didn't catch that timeline.
Mhm.
Okay, or they,
Mhm.
what I'm saying. So it's very
Yeah,
important.
yeah, and this is why we're teaching it again now, because we're restoring the truth, like the all the traditions and everything, but most of all the truth. And the other thing is that, the Israel was given the job of safeguarding the language. Not only were they given the priesthood, was Israel given the priesthood, but of safeguarding the language of creation, the very words Yahuwah spoke to create everything. Any other language other than Hebrew is a confounded language. It is thrown down and scattered at the Tower of Babel. So it is not a holy language. You see what I'm saying? It is pieced, it is shattered, and it is incomplete. It is basically Anything that we speak other than Hebrew is basically a fallen language. So we have to seek to be more like Yahuwah, talk like him, walk like him. He did not use the English language to create things. He used Hebrew, and the meaning is completely different. And this is why so much truth has been lost. And ultimately, the law was lost because Yahusha is the law. Okay. And so this is why we're doing this lesson, because we've had to restore the Hebrew to restore the law. And there are probably, I'd say, 1% of Christians this day are observing the appointed times. They're observing Easter instead, because for this very reason of their law breaking the law. And so we're here to restore everyone to the truth and to follow these appointed times. So hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Do you want to continue?
Sure, sure. And yeah, it's a very good point that you said about the language. When you go from, that's why there's a lot less confusion in what's called the Tanakh, the Old Testament. But when you go into the Greek, there's different manuscripts, and a lot of times the words don't transfer as easily or as fluid like the ones in the original Hebrew transfer in the Old Testament. It's not the same with the Greek. So a lot of times you'll find a lot of debates and things over what's in the second writings or New Testament because of the how corrupt the Greek is. If that makes any sense,
Yeah,
you know.
and it's important to remember the Greeks were enemies of Israel. The Greeks, even though this was um, translated by believers, the Greeks were the enemies of Israel, just like the Assyrians. There are um, Aramaic translations of the scriptures, and they have some uh, harmony and stuff in them, but they also are the enemies of Israel. So, how well is your enemy going to? And the English as well, the fallen angel language, which is what English is, are the enemies of Israel. So all of your enemies are translating your book into their language and even saying their language is supreme above Hebrew. That's completely out of order when it is the Hebrew language of creation, which Yah spoke everything into creation. So there can be no language that can be above or before it. And so we must always return to what Yah said and what did he do. And what did he say? He said, he spoke everything. Yahusha himself did in Hebrew. They say he spoke some Aramaic, but he spoke everything in Hebrew. So we do what he does. We go to the source as he goes to the source. It's a standard of excellence in any occupation to do that, to go to the source and the first thing. So let's continue with the lesson. This I know we've been going long, and this is an important discussion, but it is. I'm known for digressing,
Oh yeah,
digressing.
no
So
no
let's get
worries.
back on topic.
Yeah, no worries. I put the scripture in the chat, so if they wanted to see that, so we can go ahead and get back on. So continuing on, I want to finish up, and I'm gonna speak really quickly. I'm going to share and finish up on the Wednesday situation because all these things we're going through now is to deal with Wednesday doctrines that are going to come, and a lot of times when having a discussion or even teaching it's good to kind of question yourself and say, okay, hey, how would I, what if this or what if that on this particular lesson, or what if someone asks this? So what I like to try to do is to answer a few questions ahead of time, and then I'm going to give to anyone who follows Wednesday a few things that they would have to prove. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and share this, and I promise I'll be very quick. I'll read it quickly. And
Mhm.
once again, the language scripture is in the chat, about the Hebrew being the language of creation for the uh, 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 person that needed that, or the brother or sister that needed that information. So here we go. we're going to go back to the presentation. We're going to finish up dealing just with the perspective of Wednesday. So let me know when it's up.
Okay, let me shift it here. Okay, it's added to the stage.
All right, great, great. So here it is. It says the issues with Wednesday as first day. Yah doesn't change. This means the first and the 14th day of the year have remained the same since the time of creation. So Wednesday guys, they come in, nah, dog, it's the fourth day, and they won't address none of these things that I'm about to go into. They'll say, all types of stuff, but it goes on. The sun, moon, and stars being created on the fourth day does not mean that time starts then. If that were true, you would not be able to eat from the fruit trees because they would exist outside of time because they were created on the third day, meaning when were they created? That would be what's called a temporal or a time displacement. You see that in cartoons. All right. So we know we don't live in a cartoon, but continuing on, it says, remember, Yah does not change. Malachi 3:6, for I am Yah, I change not. Therefore, ye sons of Yaakov are not consumed. Psalms 89:34, my covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. It says, why did Yehoshua not allow himself to be touched by the women, but allowed himself to be touched 8 days later? We discussed this earlier. It says Yehoshua was to be ceremonially clean to enter into the presence of Yahweh or Yahuwah. Yehoshua was still considered clean because he was not made unclean by death, because he defeated death and lives. Example of requirement of the priest having to be consecrated is in Leviticus 8:26, and I believe Exodus 29, but I may have to go in and double check that. Continuing on, says 8 days later he was touched by his disciples. There's a scripture for that. We already went over that. Because of the 7 days it took to be a priest to be ordained, Exodus 29:35. Hebrews 5:1-11 proves Christ was made a high priest. Okay, so for him to be a priest, he would have to go through the same process. Remember, we just read Psalms 89:34. My covenant will I not break nor alter the thing that is going out of my lips. So the process to be a priest requires that consecration. Okay, and now Yehoshua or Yahusha is our high priest. Continuing. Okay, this is going back to this Wednesday situation. Remember, Sunday is called first day. The first day of a year will always start on Sunday. The first week of the year will always start on Sunday. So the first day of the year will always be on first day. Okay, it's very easy, right? Okay. It says some people use the moon to calculate their dates. Is this an alternative way to figure out the new year? Okay, so the answer is, which is no, but we'll just get it real quick. Jubilees chapter 6:30-31. And all the days of the commandment will be 250 weeks of days, and these will make the entire year complete. Thus it is graven and ordained on the heavenly tablets, and there is no neglecting this commandment for a single year or from year to year. Why is this important? Because you have people, like I said, they'll do 365, then they'll do 367, 368, so on and so forth. Continuing, and command thou the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days, and these will come to a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts, for everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feast. All right. But if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandment, this is for those like the sister Rachel was just speaking of that don't follow these things, then they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order. And they will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the path of the years, and will forget the new moons, which means new months, and seasons, and Sabbaths, and they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. That's why you have, so-called, I don't want to offend no one, but, certain religions celebrating January 1st as a new year. Continuing, for I know, and from henceforth will I declare it unto thee, and it is not of my own devising, for the book lies written before me. And on the heavenly tablets, the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feast of the covenant and walk according to the feast of the Gentiles after their error and after their ignorance. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon, how it disturbs the season and comes in from year to year to 10 days too soon. Okay, so that's a bar there. Continuing, Jubilee 637. For this reason, the years will come up on them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day, the day of testimony. That's why you have when people follow the moon, like I said, even those in the different religions, whether it be Christianity, Jehovah Witness, all these things, their Easter occurs in different months. Their Passovers occur in different months. It's insanity. All right.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
continuing on, it says, for this reason, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day, the day of testimony, and an unclean day, a feast day. And they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees. For this reason, I command and testify to thee that thou may testify to them. For after thy death, thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make the 364 days only. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to the new moons, which means new months and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. All right. So here's the conclusions based on the current available information. There are 364 days in a year according to scripture. All right. That number one, that's a solid conclusion because we know Yahusha clearly states in John there's 12 hours day, 12 hours night. When you run the calculations, even if you use the 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds with the 365, you still come out to 8,736 hours per year, no matter how you slice it. All right. So that's a solid one. Number two, we calculate the last day of the year utilizing even parts night and even parts day. This is the last day of the year, meaning the following day is the new year. This calculation is done on the year release. Then you simply count to 364 until the year of release comes around again. Usually, your calendar should be good for 6 years. If you're following the moon, it comes in 10 days too soon. You need to follow the sun. It is consistent. All right. So hopefully this has helped fill in a missing piece or was just informative. All right. And then I got this from you last year, talking about the quote that pops up next. Um, it says, I will yet pour out doctrine as prophecy and leave it to all ages forever. Behold, that I have not labored for myself only, but for all them that seek wisdom. All right. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully, this helps some people out and they're able to, ask questions and hopefully this brings a little bit of clarity, you know,
Hmm.
um, and understand that you may have to start piece by piece. But the super simple way to understand the calendar, because well, now we're on a new day because the suns went down, but today was the new year, and moving forward, right? You simply, when that even parts night, even parts day cycles back over to the Shabbat, you start it over again. Other than that, you leave your calendar alone for 6 years straight or 5 to 6 years straight generally. All right. You don't have to mess with it or nothing like that. It's just 364, 364, and so on and so forth. All right. That's the very easy way to do it, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it totally does. And for me, it's so nice to have somebody to talk to about the calendar. So we get family, we get the Enoch calendar over at intoalltruth.net is my website, intoalltruth.net, and you can pick it up there. And like I said, become a member or just buy the calendar and the lifestyle book, which is about fasting. It has all kinds of recipes, detoxing, all this kind of stuff in it. Because you have to do the appointed time. So it has recipes for the appointed times and it has fasts in it and all kinds of things and information about fasting. because we have to fast every quarterly seasonal change day. Okay. So get both of those, and then you can have access to the updated calendars, because I'm going to update the calendar again. So even if you buy it today, you can buy it today, but I will update it again. So always send me an email if you've recently bought it and I said, oh, I've updated again, then I will send you a link to update it. But the preferred way is to just, get the lifestyle book and the calendar, and then you become a member that way. And once you are a member, then you have access to all of the updates. So, and I just do that as my way of, you're just donating to me. And this is a digital calendar. I really would love to do it as an app, but I'm not in a place yet to be able to do that. But here is a picture basically of how it works. And how time is divided, of course, into 12 by the 12 tribes. And I've gone over this already when you divide the 360-day prophetic year, because remember, we fast for every transitional seasonal day. So for the 360 degrees of the 360-day prophetic calendar, you divide 400 years into that, and you get 144,000 days for the 400 years of slavery. So there's all these prophetic things that line up with keeping the law, keeping the appointed times, which is the most important, because it's basically it's your weekly and seasonal time with Yahuwah. So, but I wanted to ask you something, what your opinion was, because I always want to ask people their opinion who are really familiar with this, because the amount of research you've done on changing this day, like I didn't even go deep into it on this resetting of the day. Yeah, it just gave me a workaround. I didn't have the full understanding that you have, that you showed to me. And so so he's like, I'll make you right, like with these things. So he's such a blessing. Not that I'm always right, but he's often like, I'll make you right even when you're wrong. He's like, I'm going to make you right because this stuff is important. So he brought you to me. But one of the things I was curious about, and I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on it, was, so this first fruits feast, this is basically when the unleavened bread is over, and they're dealing with, I still need to go over this, and I would like to hear what you discover when you do your timeline. But when the women come to see him, it looks like it's first fruits. Now, I don't think that necessarily this is the end of unleavened bread. It's basically a high Shabbat, it's a high Sabbath. It's usually in a family in the Hebrew calendar, oftentimes there's a high Sabbath in the appointed times. There is for Pesach and there is for tabernacles. And it symbolizes the eighth day. It symbolizes the first day of eternity, basically. The first day Adam was put in the Garden of Eden. It's the first day, the day after the Shabbat. And it's not just the first day of work, it's the first day of the eternal. So this is the day of first fruits. So this is when the women basically go. Now, this is why I'm saying with the term Shabbat, it is universally almost applicable to all of the appointed times, as well as the Sabbath, as well as the Sabbath week, which can be Shabbaot, which is what you said, or Shabbatan. So there's several different terms which are in my calendar, which we can go back and look at. But all of this to say, it says that we're to count first from first fruits to Shavuot, 49 days. We're to count from the first Sabbath after first fruits. Let me just see here. Because I'm like, there's a part of me I've been saying, should I be counting it from first fruits or
Yeah, it's
from the
actually
following Shabbat?
yeah, it's actually after When we go to right there, Leviticus 23. Um, so here it states, it says, so this comes after the last day of the. I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
So the first fruits comes after the last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, from what I see here. And
Hmm.
so, like when I look at your calendar, it appears that it's already correct, if that makes sense. Let me explain. Here in Leviticus, after it, all right, got to get here so you can hear me. I want to say it starts, verse, we'll start at verse 9, I guess. It says here, Leviticus 23 and 9. It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest, and he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. Okay. So notice, after the Sabbath, it goes, and this takes place
Hmm.
after the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Right.
And it goes on, it says, and he shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf, and he lamb without blemish. So Yehoshua was a he lamb without blemish, the first year for a burnt offering unto the Lord. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2 tenth deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto the Lord for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the fourth part of a hin. All right, jumping down here. I'll just read 14 also. And ye shall eat neither I'm sorry, you shall eat neither bread nor parched corn nor green ears until the self same day that ye have bought an offering unto your Elohim. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. So that part right there means the first thing you want to do is to get your offering first. Do the wave offering and all those things first. But verse
Mhm.
15 says, and ye shall count unto you from the day after the Sabbath. Okay, so that's the day after unleavened bread. From the day that ye brought the sheaf, it's telling you, you count from the day you bring the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Sabbaths. So, is that what you're saying? Because that's how
Yes,
I
this is
view
what
it.
I'm saying because you remember Truth Unedited I mean Truth Unveiled used to have his video up, and he
Mhm.
literally counted he counted like 100 days because this stuff is challenging. And when you don't have someone, I mean, obviously, like I pray and Yah will talk to me about it, but some stuff I'll be like, I think I should be doing it like this. And I'm like, but I think I need to talk to someone else about it. And so that's why I'm talking to you about it right now.
Yeah.
So,
So if you pull back up your calendar, it literally is. It appears to be correct from what I can see.
well,
If
no,
you
because I'm counting it from the following Shabbat. So,
Okay.
from what you're sounding like you're saying to me, what I'm saying to you is first fruits is a Sabbath. The
So here's the
Sabbath
problem. If you
is a
if you
Sabbath.
count it from if you count it from the following Shabbat, you make it 57 days. That's the same issue that the Wednesday guys do. They because their first day falls on a Wednesday, they have to make like weird adjustments. Not saying you're making a weird adjustment. I'm just saying that's what it would become. So here, when you see where it says, your Feast of Unleavened Bread, the last day Feast of Unleavened Bread right
Mhm.
there, which is the 21st day
It
of the year.
Yes, it's from
Yeah,
that day.
yeah. The next day right there is the very next day, or at evening, um, you go into the waving of the Omer, or the first fruits, because he was our first fruits, so to
Right.
speak. And so it looks like your calendar is correct, but you were saying that is not. I'm
No, it's
confused.
not. It's not because I started counting from this Shabbat. And so family, if you bought the calendar, you got to get the correction.
Uh,
And what I'll do is I'll email people who bought it recently.
all right. So
Um,
where the confusion is
so
coming
because
in?
I counted it from here, and I was in my mind, I was like, I should be counting it from here.
Right, but
Like,
if you look at your calendar, you actually
mm,
have it correct on. You have it on both of them. You have it on the 22nd day and the 28th day. Can you go back to it real quick? on that screen. Yeah, right there. So if you look right there where it's the 22nd day of the Hebrew month, you actually have the word first fruits right there. You see what I'm saying? No, the 22nd day, where it's like green looking. You see
Mhm.
the word, so you have it there. So
The
that's
old
what was
count
showing,
begins.
right? So you had it correct. It's
I
correct
did.
in your screen. So what
Because
happened is
I've
when
gone
you,
back, literally, this is what I've done, and family, this is what I mean, the calendar changes, because I've gone back and forth about it.
uh,
That's what I've done, and so I was checking it the other day because I was like, "I feel like this is," and because I haven't had someone to bounce it off of, and
right. So
so
let's
I need to
let,
correct it so that it is this is the first day, and
yeah.
then
Only thing you have to do is delete the one over there where it says on the 28th day of the
yeah,
Hebrew month.
yeah,
What
that's the one.
that would be seven, like the seventh day. That would be a seven. Then the following week you're going to have a 14, and then in that particular
Yes,
position,
yes, yes,
just
absolutely.
counting by sevens. But
Yeah.
you had it correct. You just have to not have that be first fruits. That's not the first day. So just take it says days from first fruits. You want to
Yes.
delete that portion, and then just um,
Yeah, so I'm
you
gonna
know,
have to move it back because I felt
mm,
like it was just really bothering me, and I was like, and I had done it the other way before, and then I had gone back to it because I was like, I need to talk to somebody about this. So, so yeah, so I'm gonna correct that. So then Shavuot
yes, ma'am.
will
And
be, yeah, closer in. It'll be
yeah, I actually have it on my
here,
calendar. The
here,
one
and
for that.
here instead of here and here. It's gonna be here and here.
So it comes
I
over
have,
right
like,
here.
Eve and stuff because the whole evening thing can be kinda hard to understand. The eve of is that I
Oh
have that
yeah,
right?
definitely.
Well, I don't wanna go into it because I don't wanna just this has been a long study. Does anybody do you have any comments or questions or, and I probably yeah. So this is the 7th one. Yeah. Okay. So, does anyone have any questions for our wonderful guest? I literally prayed to Yah. I said, I need a young person to help me with this. I already have one. I had one, a young lady named Lindsay who would help me. But I was like, I was literally like, I need a young male who's going to make it really simple. And that's exactly what you've done. So, does anybody have questions for him?
Yeah, so that Pentecost should come in on around May 26th. In the on the Gregorian calendar.
Yes.
Just letting you know.
Oh, wait, but that's what I have. Oh,
Yeah,
so
that's correct.
you're like you keep telling me you had it. This is
Yeah,
why you need
yeah,
young
because I
people.
already on my calendar is very simplified, so it doesn't have all like the bells and whistles. It just
Mhm,
has the set apart times with the scriptures. Only thing I don't ever really put on my calendar is Purim, but you can put Purim on there as well. I just by the time I get to that point, I've already demonstrated everything I needed to demonstrate, and so most people know when Purim is for those that know or keep Purim. So hopefully that makes some sense. But like I said, I don't really, anybody want to see my calendar, I just give it to them, or just the only thing I do is put their email into my Google Slides, and they can just kind of like see it or what
mhm.
have you, because it's not detailed. It's and just putting out a fair warning. It is free, so you know how that works, people. When y'all come looking for something for free, it's gonna be the quality of something that's free. Okay, so don't come at me because
But
you
but
know,
at the same time, there's this simplicity and stuff too. So, but yeah, please come and get my calendar too. I was like, if you want to promote your calendar, you can, or promote your channel. He's
oh
like, I
no,
don't
I'm
really
not.
have a
Yeah,
channel.
yeah.
I don't really have a
I don't promote.
calendar.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't promote my calendar. I typically promote like say your calendar or Brother Yadia's calendar. So that's just my take on it.
Mhm.
Because when we look around Israel, whether people like it or not, Those are the two most accurate calendars. Yours being the correct one with the correct starting day and correct cycle. For all the Wednesday brothers, like I said, it was going to be a couple of things I was going to put out there. If you go on Wednesday or think the year starts on Wednesday, your Pentecost always comes in 53 days. Yah explicitly says 50 days exactly. All right. It said, which is in verse 16, it says, Leviticus 23:16, even until the morrow after the seventh Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall
Mhm.
offer a new meat offering unto Yahuwah. So understanding that, you know, um, that's like one of the issues they have. Also, explaining how does fruit and vegetables, those bananas in your kitchen, how do they exist outside of time? Though that
Right.
would be an issue. Day of Atonement occurring on a Shabbat. That may be an issue or not an issue for some people. But
Yes.
like I said, the two calendars I typically promote or recommend to people, what I'm saying, unless they want to just look at my free calendar, because like I said, it's slapped together really quick, when I'm in the middle of a half tired day. But you know what I'm saying? Those are the ones I recommend because of the accuracy. So if people still follow the Wednesday thing, I recommend looking at Brother Yediah Malek's calendar. You know what I'm saying? Because he has a lot of details in it too. But for the most accurate calendar currently, that would be the one that you currently make, as far as a product that has everything in it, all the education, everything, even like the stuff that I just learned tonight. How you broke down the 144,000 and all those things with the 400 years, because these things are way outside of my scope, because you're very humble, but you're very advanced with your knowledge and all those things. So that's just my recommendation. You know what I'm saying? So those are ones that I can recommend. Not saying that there aren't other ones out there, because I don't
Mhm.
know. Other people may have some calendars and they may be starting to get this thing correct. Okay. But yeah,
Mhm.
like I said, I wanted to make sure people understand. You now know how to calculate this for yourself. All right. March 17th of this year was the beginning of the year. Okay. Or, well, yesterday, sundown, technically, on March 16th, and so was the beginning of the year. And now we're on the second day of the year. All right. But this calendar will be set for the next 5 to 6 years. Okay. And yeah, if anybody got any
So it's
questions,
it's
I'm not hard to
so
find.
it's a Shabbat for the first day. It's a Shabbat year. It's a year of release, and then the calendar will start working again for 6 days, and then we're gonna have to reset it again. And that's how we mark the year of release. And there were some other things that I wanted to mention here. It's just a little bit late, regarding the eclipse. We were going to talk about that. The people with the moon calendar, so we know that the ninth plague was the 3 days of darkness, and basically we have people who follow the moon calendar saying the 3 days of darkness are after the first day of their moon-based month. Or
Oh yeah, that's like
or
the
some were
TikTok
saying it
dude.
was after Passover, and then
Yeah, the
what were you
TikTok
gonna
dude.
say about that?
Yeah, it was a TikTok. We had spoke last night when I called you. The TikTok dude. It was some dude on TikTok, and you say you saw the same thing, and he was like, "Yeah, the 3 days of darkness occurs after the Passover, and this is like some." He was talking crazy, like it's like some type of prophetic sign, or he said, "Yeah, this is just like the 3 days of darkness in the in the Bible, but in the Bible, the 3 days of darkness occurs before the Passover."
Passover, yeah, because
Right.
Passover is the 10th plague.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
yeah, so they but you can see that it's the following the moon is sort of out of order, but I did find some really interesting things about this moon that's kind of been the upside. I don't know if you guys looked at it. It's now almost half where I am, but I was looking for at it a couple of days ago, and it was this kind of smiley face moon, what they call it. And it's in some cultures it symbolizes birth. And so it's kind of interesting as well that on the it's after first fruits, and it is when the moon goes before the sun. So Israel is symbolized, of course, by the moon. And the sun, Yahusha is actually called the sun at one point. And not that we're to worship the sun, but these are types, symbolic. So it's definitely, the solar eclipse is definitely extremely important. And especially it's the day after first fruits. It's kind of interesting. And what you were mentioning about there being 7 seals on the tomb. And so it's Yahusha preparing to come out of the heavens. When it's talking about these seals, there's a lot of people who are like, what are these seals? Are they seals of the earth? Are they the seals of the books where these records have been written? Um, records for the enemy or records for Israel. And now these books are open, and the sins of the other nations are now going to be judged. The wrath of Yah is coming on the earth. There's so many things we wonder, what are these seals about? And so that was just another interesting thing to learn from reading Peter. And that account of Peter is really, really good. I love to hear from Peter. He's always been my favorite apostle. And is that the same account where he says that, hide this book because he fears that the Gentiles are going to alter it as they
Um,
have?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
actually, I would have to go back and check on that. And I was speaking with a brother uh, yesterday and on the Shabbat, and he brought that to my attention. And so that is something that I can't honestly tell you yay or nay, because I would have to go back and review the entire record, the whole record, just to give a conclusive answer on that. But that is something that I would have to go and research for you. But I do have some, 2 additional verses on the 7 seals. So we see over here in, Revelations, right? Chapter 5, verse 1. Uh, and so here it says in Revelations chapter 5, verse 1, it says, "And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within and on the backside sealed with 7 seals." It
Yes.
goes on, it says, "And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, Who is worthy to open the book and to loose the seals thereof? And no man in heaven, nor in the earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. And I wept much, because no man was found worthy to open to read the book, neither to look thereon. And one of the elders saith unto me, Weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, have prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals." So to loose the 7 seals thereof, and that was Revelations chapter 5, verses 1 through 5. And so, you know, I just find that it seems like there's a correlation there. The 7 seals. Remember, in the Gospel of Peter, it says the stone rolled away of itself when the 7 seals were broken. Here in the book of Revelation, it says that it alludes to that Yehoshua is the one who has the ability, the authority to break those 7 seals off of the book. Okay, it's very
Yes.
so it's just kind of interesting.
Yes, that was what was so exciting to me. And as well, that the since, and this is what I was going to ask you to do, this math, if you will, because I did a video about 7 years ago when I woke up to being an Israelite. I was already teaching about the Hebraic diet for health reasons, and I started working on my book Chaya for that reason. And then I woke up to my Hebraic identity and my family being, Israel, and in particular being Levites and Judah. But I woke up in 2017, and when I did the calendar, given that it adds that they've been at the Gregorian calendar has been adding a day. Now you're saying it's every 2 years. You said 2 days. So it worked out that it was 2017, the year of the eclipse, that the true 400 years would have lapsed from the time the Dutch slave ship came from Africa. And that's when I woke up. Because when I did the math and I subtracted that additional year for the 400 years, Or actually, I think I might have done it from the time the Gregorian was used. So I'm curious to know if you would do the math on that to see when it would have actually ended, if because you're saying there's actually 2 days. They add 2 days in 2 years. Am I correct? We were having that discussion last night.
No. I said every 4 years, it's a total of 5 days. What that means is there's one day added every year, but on the fourth year, which is their leap year, remember they automatically have the 365, but on leap year, what we just experienced last month, they add a 366 day. So every 5 years, on that fifth year, is 2 days are added. If that
Right.
makes no sense. But that's on the fifth year, not every 2 years.
Right. Okay. Okay. And so that's a total of how many that's what I would like you to do the math on, if you wouldn't mind at some point, because it's more than 1 day a year that they're adding. Like, it would be like, it wouldn't be over 500 years. Instead of it being 500 days that they've added, it would be more than that.
Right. It comes out to approximately a day. I mean, if you really want to be precise, it comes out to a day and a quarter. So a day and a quarter, a day and a quarter, that brings you up to 2.5. And then another day and a quarter, that brings you to 3 3/4. And then in the fifth year, you have a day and a quarter. So you have the day that they added and plus that additional quarter, which still makes it 5 days in 4 years. But it is a day and a quarter um, per year, if that makes any sense.
Okay, so 5 days in 4 years, so we've got 400 years. 4 so we 5 days in 4 years.
hmm
So what's the math with that?
So, so if you have 5 days in 4 years, first we're going to divide the four into the 400. That gives us 100, and then 100 times five comes out to 500.
So that is 500 days in the
Which is
last 400 years.
right. So when you divide that by 364, you get 1 year and 0.37 days. So 500 divided by 364.
Whoops, shoot. I was just gonna figure it out in my head, the last part, but I'm gonna do what you say because 'cause I'm half asleep.
Oh yeah, I'm past sleep. But yeah,
So
there's your one point.
1.37,
Yeah, so
as
you
you
have,
said.
yes, ma'am. So there's a 1 year and apparently about a 1.37. So basically 1 year and a third, or a little over 1 year and a third deficit, where as far as knowing what time we're in or what have you. Like I said, that can be kind of difficult, as far as
Well,
like whatever records are available. But understand, like I stated earlier, when we go into Genesis, chapter 6, verse 3, for people that are listening, we're given that 120 years, which is in Jubilee 6,000 years. Now, a lot of the so-called, ish calendars, those are saying we're about in like 5,784 years, and they may not be too far off. I mean, they could be 50 years off here and there, not
yeah.
sure, but that would be something that honestly I can't really speak on because I'm not as well informed on that as say yourself or what have you. I would really have to go and like really study that for a long time, just to be honest.
Yeah, me too, me too. It's something I've wanted to study, but I'm like, there's too many other things that Yah has me doing, but I wouldn't mind trying to figure because I started going through all of the years at one point when I started doing this calendar, and when I started trying to figure out the age, when I was trying to figure out how old Shem was, whether he could have been Melchizedek, all that kind of stuff. I started to do the timeline. And but I never got into the beginning of time because there's so many different calendars. And so I never got deeply into it, but I would hate to think that they're right. And I often think they're lying. And one of the things to me that is going to help us to align the time correctly is the prophecy of the 144,000, 3.5 days of prophesying, and then 3.5 days the remnant is hidden in the wilderness on the mountain. So 3.5, like, so that will become 7 years, but there's added to that a 3.5 days when they stand on their feet and everyone witnesses them and they rise. And then there's also kind of another 75 days that Daniel talks about. So he says, blessed is he who makes it to the 1335th day. So that 7 year plus whatever is going to start when the 144 hit Jerusalem and start calling fire down with the 2 candlesticks. And I think we're going to be able to back into it from there. But from there, it's the whole world's going to be in chaos. But at least, so that's the next thing I'm going to be teaching on is the 144 and the fact that they opened room 101. They opened the gate of heaven. And so these are the seals. This is the door that when Yahusha opens these seals, this is what's happening. Okay? He opens the seals. And then the gate of heaven is open. And then like the 144 and the 2 witnesses die and rise. But the 144 go all the way up into heaven. But there's these timelines that are going to define where we are in relation to the last day of time. And there's even a point where Yahusha, when he comes, when Yahusha comes as the angel of Yahuwah, and he says, it shall be that time is finished. But then it's just an announcement that time is about to finish, basically, is what the angel of Yahuwah is saying when he's standing with 1 foot on the earth and 1 foot in the ocean. And then there's a final announcement that time has finished in the Great Tribulation. So, and that's within these 75 days. So there's a way I think that we can back into it, but I have to do that teaching first, but maybe look at it when I do it and maybe think about ways that we could back into figuring out the time. Because it ties into, and I think it was in my 666 video, I talked about the third day, and then the 2,000 years of the Gentiles reigning. Those things clearly define the weeks of the 7,000 years of human life on the earth, pointing to the Shabbat 7,000th year. So those are other measures that can separate the time.
That's correct.
Yeah. And then also when Yahushua came, a lot of people talk about the 7-year tribulation. Everything, those 490 years and him dying in the 70th week, and then in 70 AD, Israel falling, that's all accounted for in the Daniel prophecy. So that's that. Because that was their time to make an end of sin and to seal up the vision. And it says, and the Messiah will be cut off in the middle of the week. But then it says, then after that, the temple would literally the remainder of the week. So he was cut off when he was 33, basically. And in 70 AD, Israel fell. That's a week. That's 70 weeks right there. 70 AD marks a week of is it like a week of years? Yeah.
That's correct. And that's
Yeah,
part
it
of
marks a week. So that's the end of the Daniel prophecy. Now is the time when everything is fulfilled. And so it's another week. It's not, So that's why there's 1,335 days. It's not a week. There's a couple of extra days in there. There's an extra 3.5 days over here. There's an extra 75 days over there. So anyway.
Yeah, and so real quick, and this will be I will have to get going, but this will be the last thing I want to say on what you just said. You mentioned how it said he would be cut off in the midst of the week. That's also one of the ways that a lot of brothers and sisters who follow a Wednesday starting point, they get that mixed up. They're thinking that, oh, that means Passover is prophesied to take place on a Wednesday evening, not understanding he died in the midst of a week, meaning a 70-year week. So he died at age 33,
Mhm.
supposedly. He died about that
Yeah,
age. So,
supposedly.
which is the midpoint of the week on the way to 70. He didn't make it all the way to the 70, if that makes any sense.
Mhm.
For those that look at it from that perspective, that would be something that I would, also offer them to, look into and say, okay, hey, maybe I can let me see what it looks like if I look at it from that particular angle. All right. Because, like I said, a lot of brothers and sisters, they'll say, oh, no, Daniel proves that, this day starts on Wednesday. But like I said, they won't answer any of the questions. They won't tell you why, Pentecost is either 53 days instead of 50. They won't, even though all the Sunday calendars, it makes it 50 days perfectly. They won't tell you why it's, if you do it earlier, then it's like 46 days. So it's either 53 or 46 if you're following this Wednesday stuff. And those are just some of the things they have to start looking at and start being able to explain. They won't tell you
Yeah.
how, fruits and vegetables exist outside of time, but we eat them on a daily basis. These are just questions I have, you know.
Okay, now fasting on the Sabbath and
That
Yehudith. Can you talk about that just before you go?
yes.
And then the other thing I wanted to mention was that, yeah, what I wanted to say about the eclipse was when I calculated the days, it looked like that first eclipse happened at the end, like it was like in August. So April, like May, June, July, August. So it was approximately at the time of release of the 400 years. And this eclipse is 7 years later, within 7 years later. So we have all these sevens, these weeks of years mounting up, which also matches up with the year of release. 7 years later, and matching up with the year of release 7 years later, as well as the 400 years ending on the Hebrew calendar, and then 2019 is it ending on the Gregorian calendar. But this is when I woke up. I woke up in the ending of the 400 years in the Hebrew calendar. So, all right, fasting on the Sabbath.
Yeah, so let's go ahead. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? All
Yeah, I
right.
can hear
So,
you. I know you got to go to sleep. I'm sorry. Well,
oh no,
this
no,
we're
no,
almost
no, no
over.
worries. No
I'm
worries. No,
notorious for this. Forgive
no,
me.
no, we're
Forgive
good.
me.
No, we're good. We're good. So we're gonna go ahead and hop over to Jubilees. I want to say it's chapter 50. We're going to start at verse 12. And this is the portion that a lot of people mix up. So it says here in the book of Jubilees, chapter 50, verse 12. And every man who does any work thereon, it's talking about the Sabbath. For the audience, I'll give some context. So we're going to start at verse 10. Jubilees 50, verse 10. The target verse is going to be verse 12. So here in verse 10 of Jubilees chapter 50, if you want to, or do you want me to start on verse 11?
You can start. I'm just putting it up here. I didn't actually go to the book, but I just
Yeah,
Googled
this is
it,
good.
found
Yeah,
it.
that's perfect.
Is this
Yeah,
all
that's
right? Yeah,
perfect.
you
Yes.
do what you think is best.
All right. So I'm going to read verse 10, and everyone, once I get to verse 11, we'll just follow along on screen. It says, for great is the honor which Yahweh has given to Israel, that they should eat and drink and be satisfied on this festival day, and rest thereon from all labor, which belongs to the labor of children of men, saving burning frankincense and bringing oblations and sacrifices before the Lord for days and for Sabbaths. Verse 11. This work alone shall be done on the Sabbath days in the sanctuary of the Lord your Elohim, that they may atone for Israel with sacrifice continually from day to day for a memorial well pleasing before the Lord, and that he may receive them always from day to day according as thou hast been commanded. So this is still talking about the Sabbath day. And anybody has some time, I recommend they check out Jubilees 49 and 50. But verse 12 is the verse that throws people when looking into the book of Jubilees. It says, and every man who does any work thereon, or goes on a journey, or tills his farm, whether in his house or any other place, and whoever lights a fire, or rides on any beast, or travels by ship on the sea, and whoever strikes or kills anything, or slaughters a beast, or a bird, or whoever catches an animal, or a bird, or a fish, or whoever fasts or makes war on the Sabbaths. So what happens is a lot of people will say, well, wait a minute, this is saying, you know, we shouldn't fast on the Sabbaths. I'm saying that that word there at the end, that's talking about high Sabbaths. How do we know this? Moses fasted 40 days. Uh, the Messiah, he fasted 40 days. But the Sabbaths it's talking about is precepted in Judith. Okay. That's the actual precept for that. Okay. Because we had to have, more, two or more witnesses. In this situation, we only have at least I only have two witnesses in my head. So then we would have to go to the book of Judith and the Apocrypha to clarify this. And so give me a moment. And if Sister Rachel can find it faster than I
Yeah.
can. So
Judith
you know,
8:6. Hold on.
okay, so let's go over to Judith chapter 8. All right, because this is the precept for this, not to be confused with never being able to fast on the Sabbath day, because people use that and then they'll start attacking the book and say, oh, well, we can't use this book of Jubilees at all, not understanding those same people, which that comes from a lot of sometimes camp doctrine and things like that. Well, we only got to stick to the 80 books. Okay, but there's a precept in the book of Judith. All right. And let me pull that, or did you already find it? All right.
Yes,
So Judith.
it's 8 is 8, right? Chapter 8.
Oh, yeah, I was just going off what you were saying. Let me see, can I find it real quick here? Um,
Chapter 8. Where is it?
yeah, verse 6. You're
Verse
correct.
6. Yeah.
Yeah, verse 6. All
Yeah.
right. So we're gonna start at sorry, can you hear me? There we go. So we're gonna start in verse 4. It says, so Judith was a widow in her house 3 years and 4 months. Verse 5, and she made her a tent upon the top of her house, and put on sackcloth upon her loins, and wear her widow's apparel. And she fasted all the days of her widowhood, except, that's what save means, save the eves of the Sabbaths, and the eves of the new moons, the new months. And the new months, that's what that actually means, and the feast and solemn days of the house of Israel. So this tells you that she did not fast on those solemn days of the high Sabbaths. Okay. So, but it also says, basically she fasted like for only a certain period of time throughout the day. But these are um, like Shabbats in the sense of high Sabbaths, feast days, and all those things that Jubilees, what from my perspective, is referring to. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm just telling you based on how I've seen it for years, and then cross referenced it with Judith chapter 8, verse 6, which is the precept that I use. That's what was showed to me years ago. And I kind of go with that, right? But then I also have to reconcile that with Moses and Yehoshua, the Messiah, fasting
Mhm.
40 days and 40
Yes.
nights, which they
Yeah.
did outside of the feast days, if that makes any sense. They weren't like,
Mm.
I know, like, say, for example, in the seventh month, we have a lot of holy days. We have trumpets, atonement, and Feast of Tabernacles, 8 days. Okay. So hopefully that kind of sheds a little bit of light on that for my perspective on it. All right.
Mhm, mhm. Now, the thing that I noticed about this was it says save the eaves. The eaves. So this
Right.
is the
The day
transitional
before.
time.
Well, the eves
Yeah,
are
yeah,
like
the
the day before.
eaves. So this is like when you slaughter the animal. This is like when you have for with Passover, you have the feast in the evening, and then they fled. And so the times when they were designated to eat was usually in the eves. And so this is when she would eat. And then when the day was on or whatever, then she could fast. You see what I'm saying? Does that make
Mhm.
sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, because Yah is not, he doesn't put us in bondage. He gives us freedom. It's like, oh, I can't do anything. It's like, no, it's like usually these feasts, even the Pentecost or Shabbatot, it starts in the eve. I wrote that down. It talks about how it must begin in the eve, and so that's usually when people are feasting. So there's a window, and it's very good for your body during the daytime to fast. A lot of times when I was teaching, especially, and a lot of times when I'm just studying, enjoying my Shabbat, I will fast, and then as soon as like before sundown, before the day, or sundown after the day, then I will eat because it is good to basically you get your energy from the sunlight, when you're fasting. So, but be prayerful about it, family. You should only do it once you have an understanding. This is not a salvation issue, but in terms of doing it yourself, I think it's just wise to, when you have a peace with it, then you do it when you feel you understand it, if that makes sense. I hope it
And
does.
and just for clarity, I have to state that I'm not saying fast on high holy days. So if it's
Yeah.
like
Yes.
unleavened bread, tabernacles, those days,
Yeah.
you're not to fast on those days. You're to
Yes.
partake in the feast. You might only eat a little or what have you, but you want to do the feasting process on those days. Those are a day to rejoice, be happy, so on and so forth. So
Yes.
on the high holy days, that's my perspective of what Jubilees is saying. Okay, and I prove that through the way that I communicate that to others is by saying we clearly see that Yehoshua and we clearly see that Moshe fasted the 40-day periods. We even go into the Apocrypha. We see situations where Ezra, he fasted 7 days straight. Okay, but it wasn't on a day like a high feast day. All right,
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
utilizing those precepts, including with what we find in Judith, we then can reasonably say, okay, hey, in the mouth of two or more witnesses, we have the witnesses of Yehoshua fasting 40 days. We have the witness of Moses fasting 40 days. We have the witness of Ezra fasting 7 days straight. So we have to lean towards the witnesses and not let that one scripture in Jubilees, so it does, where it says, don't fast on the Sabbath, don't let that throw you. I'm almost, I mean, this is my personal stance. I'm almost like, 95% sure that that is talking about high Sabbath days, like, the required days. All
Mhm.
right. So that's
Mhm.
hopefully that's clear for the audience of what I was trying to communicate on that. Cause I want to be very clear on that because people will come and clip it and say, yeah, this guy, he's running around telling people to, they can fast on during the Feast of Tabernacles and all types of crazy stuff. And that's not what I'm saying at all.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah.
saying what that is saying is don't fast on those days. Don't fast on the high Sabbaths. Okay. Now, somebody
Yeah.
may say, okay, hey, I look at it differently, or they may go behind the language and say, okay, hey, well, this is what it's actually saying. Okay, more power to them. But then I would, ask for the understanding then on what Ezra did, what Yehoshua did, and what Moshe did, which would be three additional witnesses to the other side of that. All right. But that simply means don't fast on the high Shabbats. But what I'm saying? That's from my perspective only. So if that makes any sense. But with that being said, sister, if it's okay with you, I want to, kind of, ease on out and
Yeah, we got to sign off. This is the longest one I've done in a long time. I've not done a 4-hour video for a long time. So, family, thank you so much to our guest, Tyrone Logic 1611 is his channel. And if you want, you can put your email in the chat if people want to reach out to you to get more information. Otherwise, you could probably go to his channel and comment on his page if you have questions. And yeah, we just give thanks to Yahuwah for this clarification. Everything that Yahuwah showed me through you, your answered prayer. I know everyone's like, he's not that young. He's young to me. He could be my son. So I asked for a young man to help me with this because of the simplicity and clarity of the male mind, the teacher, right? The head. So Yah brought me this wonderful young man. So all praises to the Most High Yah. Thank you for this teaching, family. Again, if you have questions, please email him, or you can email me and I can forward an email to him. Email me through intoalltruth.net. Family, please go to intoalltruth.net. Grab yourself a calendar. And I really suggest as well that you do get the lifestyle book. It was the first, you go to the shop page, and it was the first book that I did write. But here's where you get the calendar, and I am going to be updating it, okay? But I will send a link for people to get the updated version if you've already purchased it within the last 6 months, okay? Since I've published it. And to those who've already purchased it. And then here's the lifestyle book, because it does help you with fasting and with the Hebraic lifestyle, the Hebraic foods, and the, obeying the procession of life, observing it, and with health and everything, because we're really under, an onslaught. A lot of people are, I watch a lot of people's videos, including mine, and a lot of people make mistakes and forget things. And I don't think it's just because people are forgetful. I think it's because we're under an onslaught. And so fasting, detoxing, fasting, around appointed times, before appointed times, is often a good idea, so that you clear your system out. Some people who are vegetarian, I am vegetarian or pescatarian, like I eat fish maybe once a week, or I'm vegetarian most of the year. But I do eat the Passover lamb. I eat lamb, and I will eat the bull, the beef. We actually have bison here in Canada, and I will eat them at the appointed times. And the lamb is actually, we know that, and I talk about this in my book, that the serpent is the cause of disease. And so when you eat lamb meat, do you know, family, that lamb's blood is an antidote to serpent venom? So when you actually, yes, it is. Lamb's blood is an anti-venom. So if you
that's
have,
amazing. I did not know that. That is amazing. Wow.
Yes, if you have had the lollipop, which is supposed to have that in it, it's supposed to have the venom in it, do your Passover and see what happens. Because I've found that when you take that Passover lamb, when you have that lamb meat, it will make, and you take the bitter herbs as well. And I have bitter herb dressings and stuff in Chaya Eat Life and Fast. It's a beautiful book. It's got a lot of pictures, pretty pictures and stuff in it, and clear step-by-step recipe instructions, fasting instructions. But yeah, the only thing I don't have is a lamb recipe, which, but yeah, I notice when you take bitter herbs with Passover, I have flatbread recipe in there as well. And when you take that lamb, you'll notice, especially if you fast before you do Pesach, you prepare your body for Pesach by just doing some cleansing fasts, then you'll really notice a difference when you eat that Pesach lamb. Your health, at least for me, I find my health amps up. I don't know. It's the lamb sacrifice. So yeah, there's a lot. I was going to do a kind of comedic video on lambs, things that people don't know about lambs, that are, there's some really funny things that people don't know about lambs that is kind of say a lot about Israel as well. So But anyway, family, I got to let this
Before you,
brother go. He's falling
before
out.
you,
He's falling out.
no, 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 no. I'm good. Before you go, I do have a question, because I learn a lot, listening, to you or what have you. Um, th- One of the things that I find, it's really like unreal, or in a good way. I try to understand, how do you keep all this knowledge, but yet you're able to, so for me, it's like a balancing act. It's like walking around with, back in the day, they used to have a guy riding on a unicycle and he had the stick and he was balancing the plates, type of thing. But you make it look really easy. Is your fasting regimen, is that a part? And I fast, but I need to fast more, of course. Is your fasting regimen, is that one of the keys, aside from, what we see over in Psalms 111 verse 10, where, we do the commandments, we get a good understanding. I i always try to, like, I sit and I'm like, how does she know all this information? So is that fasting regimen, since you've come into the truth, do you feel that, um your mental clarity, and I know that does help with mental clarity, but your ability to retain vast amounts of information, is that somehow connected to that? Is it more so nutritional? And that would be my question. And then I also need to show a very, very short video of the sun
Mhm.
setting so
Oh yeah,
people
we
can
got to.
see that for
Yes, we have
themselves.
to see that. Yeah, don't forget that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Um,
already up to
well,
share.
I, like most people, I do deal with autoimmune stuff, and for various reasons. If you've heard my testimony, but fasting really helps with that, and that's what I talk about in the book. I talk about what fasting does physiologically, and when you fast, you do grow more brain cells. That's why it's really good to read the word and fast at the same time, because
Mm,
you do retain it better. But it's also my family, my both my father and my mother, my brothers and sisters and everything, we're all the same. We're all like this. So that's why I think it's kind of like, I think it is because we're from a Levitical background, so it's like we're scholars, but not in the university sense. Although we did go to people in my family did go to university and were professors. I didn't. I went to university, but I didn't become a professor. That's part of it too. But my family is just like this. And so, but the fasting, I have to do it to keep my brain clear and to remember stuff. And I forget a lot of stuff. So I constantly stay in the word, and I'm constantly studying the word as much as I can all day long, or
all
listening
right.
to it, or I sleep with it playing a lot of times. And family, I really recommend that you do that, because first of all, and read it before you go to bed, because it will put you to sleep, because it's just a natural thing. It'll give you peace, and when you read a book, it makes you go to sleep before you go to bed. But also, what happens is that it gets into your subconscious. And so, what happens is that when you then get up and consciously read the word, then it clicks much more quickly and you remember it more quickly, because it's like you're laying down a dot matrix printer template or foundation in the background of your
Hmm.
mind, because we've been in this deep sleep. And so you're rewriting what all the bad programming wrote on your spirit and psyche. And so when your conscious mind, your conscious mind won't revolt as much when you're faced with the truth on the page, as the spirit is giving it to you, because you already fed the spirit in your sleep with the word.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Can you share that screen real quick? I want to show people what they're looking for. You're going to see this horizon line, right?
Yes.
Now, this one will be from Friday, and then the next one will be from yesterday, where the new year actually started. All right. So here's the first one. This is going to end at 6:58. By the way, this is from the Oceanside location. All right. So people can say, okay, Google, what time was sunset? in 92054 because that was a particular zip code at that time. All right, that I was located
Right.
in.
And you're
And
going to
so,
show us this line thing too, right? That you were just talking about.
yes, yeah, it's going to be in there as well.
Oh, good. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, I'm going to
All right,
pull.
everybody. It's Brother Logic 1611 here. 656 Oceanside on the 15th. As you see, the sun starting to go down, and it's supposed to be down today by 6:58. All right. See, I don't know if I can check the time because hold on, it's drifting. So we're gonna keep it right here. 1 second. Have to turn it. Check the time. Here we go. 6:56. 6:57. So it's 6:57 right now. It's 6:57 right now. I know you guys probably can't see my phone screen, but recording this live, well, it won't be live for you guys. But I wanted to get the evidence because I want to show people that they're able to go outside for themselves. Brothers and sisters will make a million excuses because, you know, they don't like talking about the calendar or what have you. It's still 6:57, and the tip of that sun is going to hit, as you see, right there at 6:58. Still up. There it goes. Look at it. It's sinking. There we go.
So what you're about to see, this little gap right here in the horizon is about to become what's called even. That line is going to fill in perfectly as soon as the top tip of the sun goes underneath. And you will see this make a complete line. That's where, hence where we see the word even in the Old Testament. It literally comes even, like a razor's edge or whatever you want to call it.
Oh my
All right?
gosh.
Once again, it's from Oceanside. And the tip is almost down. And it should be with perfect timing. Once again, 6:58. Right on time. 6:58. There you go. Because brothers and sisters will not go outside for themselves. All right. I've observed this this will be my 7th year. So the new year will start on Sunday, March 17th. That is the new year. All right. So once again, matter of fact.
So
that's
you see,
it.
Right. That's the even. You see how it's a perfect line. All right. Now the next video
I got a witness here.
The next video I'm going to show is from yesterday, because if not, brothers and sisters won't believe. And one of the things I did, and we'll get to that in a second. I'll finish this one up real quick.
What's your name, ma'am?
Sandy.
Sandy, can I put you on camera?
Yes.
Okay. What time do you have, Sandy? 6:58, right? You see that?
6:58.
That's right. So this is Sandy.
Hello.
Hey. And so basically, we're here in Oceanside, and the sun just went down at 6:58. All right. So, you know, it was a little bit of a thunderstorm earlier, but
thunderstorm.
Big thunderstorm. But I was able to make it down here in time to get the shot for everybody. So once again, zoom out, let everybody see. The sun's already down past the horizon, and when the tip goes down, that's when it's counted as even. All right, see you later.
Okay.
Thank you, Sandy.
So
once again, here in Oceanside, getting a little shot for y'all right here. There we go. And I had to rush through traffic to get the shot. So, but I'll be down here again tomorrow. All right. So people can go and they can check these times and verify these times for themselves, even though I know they'll come up with some excuse. All right. But, you know, I don't do excuses. I just, take action. So there you go.
Right.
Perfect timing. Shalom. And Shabbat Shalom, because that now makes it the official start of the Shabbat. All right. So once again, New Year coming in tomorrow night. Once again, the New Year comes in tomorrow night, March 17th, even parts night, even parts day. Any other calendar that claims to follow Enoch and doing it differently, they're wrong. I'm not hard to find if they disagree. All right. Shabbat Shalom.
All right. So that was the first video. Let's go ahead and pull up the second one here. Let's see here. Go to my page.
Russo'sBrand.com, where the pros are the pros. What do you have, Jeff? What do you have for Al?
1 second.
Well,
got like a wrestling podcast. I'll be listening to wrestling shows. So
Oh,
hold on here.
really?
I end up on Vince
That's
Russo's
funny.
page now. So let's go back
Uh,
here. Go back to my
so
page. Sorry about that.
I had a
And
question about that line.
mm-hmm.
If you can show me exactly when it is, because I was told something slightly different, and that's why I want to see exactly when it is.
All right. Yeah, it's like literally when the tip goes underneath and it makes that perfect line. So what you're
Mhm.
going to see now, and then we'll pull up some research. I'll send the research over to you. I'm sorry, the search a little bit later, but I want to show you yesterday's as well. So this is the one from yesterday.
Yeah,
I
when we were on the phone. Mhm.
Yeah. So I recorded this in 4K. I don't know will the StreamYard take it, but we're about to find out.
Yeah,
Hopefully you can
let's see.
still see my screen. If not, matter of fact, my computer won't probably take it because I did it on my phone. So let's just go ahead and drop it. Oh, it's already dropped down to 720. Okay, that's cool. We'll do 720. 720.
We get a little bit more precise shot.
All right, 1 second here. Sorry about that.
And once the sun goes down, that will be the.
So there you go. Hold on 1 second here. My apologies. Maybe I had to drop it a little bit
And the
lower.
sun's starting to go down. All right. We'll go ahead and try to.
Give me just 1 second.
Try to zoom in a little bit. And
all right, give me just 1 second. It's doing a little bit of technical stuff, so I want to just put it at We'll start
Oh,
at
now I
7:40.
figured out I was kind of off with your explanation because I was looking at it. There's a delay on YouTube, and I was looking at it on YouTube while you were talking, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I thought it was just." So I think
Okay. So
they might have
this is yesterday, the beginning of the new year. Now, this is a beautiful, like if you can actually go to my channel eventually when y'all get some free time, if your phone is in 4K, I shot it in 4K. The first one I shot in 1080p and didn't realize it, but this is in 4K. It won't be 4K right here because I'm using my busted old laptop. You know what I'm saying? I'm a budget streamer, a budget talker, I guess. But when you
I
go to
am too.
when you go to the actual channel, it will be in 4K. All right. But what you're going to see is the actual new year, come in, right? And this also starts the set of the calendar for the next 5 to 6 years, as we already discussed at the beginning of this presentation.
all right, so we can clearly see at the time, 6:55, and the sun's starting to go down. All right, we'll go ahead and try to zoom in a little bit and see can we get a little bit more precise shot. And once the sun goes down, that will be the new year. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom in. There we go. Turn that just a little bit slightly. So y'all can see that, get that nice and centered there. There we go. So once that tip of that sun goes down under the water, it will be a new year. And that is when we blow the shofar. All right, got the shofar here. Okay, y'all, it's a little bit zoomed in, but zoom out real quick. There we go. Once again, Oceanside. You know what I'm saying? Got the shofar. We got 6:56, as you can clearly see. Right there. And it's going down there steadily. And the reason I bought the additional phone today is because yesterday I had to, have a pedestrian help me out and verify the time. So as you can clearly see, right on time, starting to go down. And the thing is, when it starts to move, it moves pretty quickly. So I'm gonna zoom back in here. Hopefully that's a little bit better image than yesterday. So we're gonna shoot this one. I'm shooting this one in 4K. So as you can see, it's already about a quarter of the way, going about halfway down already. So once again, let's check the time. So clearly see 6:57. I want to get it away there of the shot. And it does, the shadow, the darkness does come a little bit quick. There it goes. Precisely, right on time.
So understand the day before was 6:58. This one will be 6:59. And you'll see that at the end of the video because that actually starts the new year and that day is actually 1 minute longer already. So you'll see that.
All praise to the Most High Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. It's almost gone. There you see it. 6:58. Right there. And set. Once again. Uh-oh.
Let's
6:58.
see.
Now
Oh my
6:59.
gosh.
Right on
That
time.
was pretty
So once again,
good.
Happy New Year to everybody out there. Happy New Year to all the people in the truth, all the brothers and sisters following Torah. And hallelujah.
So this is different from what I've been told.
So you heard me blow this shofar, but there was a guy next to me. He was doing like a hip hop presentation type thing. So he stopped for a moment to let me get this shot because I told him this only happens once every 6 years on a Sabbath. So, but as soon as I got done, I blew the shofar. Then he starts up his his music act. But notice at 6:59 how it changed perfectly. Let's see a replay of that because you'll have some doubters in the chat, and
It
you
looks
had a
like
moon.
it looks like there's an angel flying over top of that, doesn't it?
Hey, it might be. I can't see it, but yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, man.
See
Your
it?
vision your vision, far surpasses mine. I'm just sharing what I, the little bit I know.
Right on time.
Let's get that
So once again, happy.
So watch everybody. It's very
There you
important.
see it.
It is.
6:58.
Time.
Right there. And set. Once again. Uh-oh. 6:58. Now 6:59. Right on time.
So let's
So
do
once
that
again, Happy New Year.
one more time in slow motion because the sun doesn't miss. And it's like I told people today, this is actually very surreal, right? When you see this, because once you realize that the testimonies are true, that puts a whole new level, even though I already knew they were true. But when you're seeing things physically act, as the Most High has ordained them to act, that puts a whole nother level of fear in you. Okay. Now people can mess around and do what they want, but I'm just telling you, hey, it's a very chilling thing when you see it in a good way. All right. So we're gonna slow it down so they can see it turn to 9:59. And I want everybody to keep their eyes on how that line comes a perfect line at that time. So we're just gonna do it one more time in slow motion because you're gonna have the naysayers out there. All right. So we're just gonna do it not too slow, but just slow enough so they can see. We'll just do it at 0.75, right? And here we go.
Right there. And set. Once again. Uh-oh. 6:58. Now 6:59. Right on time. So once again, Happy New Year to everybody out there. Happy New Year to all the people in the truth, all the brothers and sisters following Torah. And hallelujah.
I've been taught a different concept of even. So I need to talk to you about this. All right, family.
I'm sorry, say that again. I had to stop it.
I have been taught a different concept of even, but this makes more sense because the straight line.
Even is actually perfect even. You see, this is what you're supposed to see, a complete even. The horizon, the heavens is even with this absolute, just like a perfect piece of paper. That's what an even is. Not when it splits the sun. It literally goes even at the time. You see?
Wow.
And so, because brothers and sisters, like I started this in 2023 telling people they have to go outside because I knew that this would happen. Now we just, yesterday was it. Yesterday was the year, the reset of the calendar for the next 6 years. And all those brothers and sisters, who are always skeptical or on the fence, and they don't trust other brothers and sisters, if they didn't go outside for themselves, like I put in the presentation last year, then they missed it. And what this was a twofold thing. It was to show not only the accuracy, but to show that the instruments that are sometimes called into question by other brothers and sisters in the Israelite community, maybe because they don't know or what have you, but it's to show that you can use sunrisesunset.com, you can use timeanddate.com, you can use calendar365.com, you can use Google to simply say, okay, hey, what time does the sun set today in my particular area? All these instruments are different sources from different places in the world, and they have no reason to lie to you. But if you feel that they're lying, just go outside. It's free. You see, because brothers and sisters are people, they will come up. Hey, sister, I've heard some stuff. Okay. Let's just put it like that. They'll come up with some excuses. Okay. But going outside your door, whether it be apartment, a house, a tent, you know what I'm saying? You might live under a box, under a bridge. You can go outside of those things for free and simply observe, because that's what the sun is for. It's for seasons. Okay. Like we stated in the book of Jubilees, the sun is for feast and seasons and all those things. All right. We're not to follow the moon. We're people of light. And I know Sister Rachel, she knows the scripture. My mind is fried right now in the sense of being tired. So I don't know the scripture, but she knows the scripture where it tells us that, we're people of light, so on and so forth. So hopefully this makes some sense. And if anyone has any questions, it won't allow me to put my email in the chat because it's an email, and there's like administrative protections against people putting emails in the chat. So you would have to enter it in there. But it's basically my name at gmail.com. So, and it's all one thing, like logic1611 at gmail.com. If people have any questions or anything to that effect. I greatly appreciate, Sister Rachel allowing me to come on and share, because, I'm trying to, reach as many people as I can, let them know, hey, let's take a look at this and let's take a look at it together so we can see what's right and what is wrong. All right. Understand that without a shadow of doubt that this is the correct calendar. Okay. And if people have any questions on that, if they decide to disagree, respectfully, just like I did at the beginning of this, in the first hour of this broadcast, I pulled up calendars showing the even parts night, even parts day. And this will be the last one I do. I'll just show them the calendar one more time. So any brother and sister coming with a different days and all these things, they would have to show where they're getting their calendars and things from, where their sunsets and sunrises. Because I literally went out and did it and took photos. I had to drive down there both days, back to back days, and I got it done. I encourage them to do the same thing. So I'll show this one last time. It says why the 365 tool when it's 364. Calendar 365 simply lets you know what time sunset is that day, and it's called 365 because the people in the world, they still don't know any better, so they name their things after what they perceive a year to be. If that makes any sense, brother True Hebrew. All right. But it's
Right,
just the
he's
name.
just saying that there are tools out there that actually are reliable that we
Right.
can then check ourselves. So you could always, if you want to post some of those links or names. I know they're in the video, but later on, after the video is, up on Into All Truth, that would be really nice. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. We'll see how time allows, because I've got to work pretty early tomorrow morning.
All right. Can you share that screen one more time, ma'am?
Yes.
And then,
All right, there we go.
Brother True Brew will be able to see that. All right. So, Brother True Brew, here we are at sunrisesunset.com, right? And so whatever, people, because I know some people have already started celebrating their New Year's and things like that. But according to what Enoch says in Scripture, it says even parts night, even parts day. All right. Even parts night, even parts day. So if for those that I know there's congregations out there that said, okay, well, the even parts night, even parts day happened on Saturday of the 2nd of March. Let's verify March 2024, Jerusalem, Israel, because people will, oh, well, you got to do it from Israel. Well, Oceanside lines up with that too, but just for argument purposes, I've already put on the screen for everyone. All right, we have the GST time, what we talked about earlier in the presentation. This simply lets you know that Israel is 2 hours plus the GMT time, which we talked, I'm sorry, GST time that we talked about earlier. But right here. So for those that believe that the new year came in on the 3rd, they have some explaining to do on why the length of the day was only 11 hours and 33 minutes. For people that feel it came in on Wednesday, they have some splaining to do as to why this is 11 minutes and 11 hours and 54 minutes and why this is more accurate. All right. And this is not as in like a contentious type of thing. It's just to say, okay, hey, show me what you're seeing, because you show me what you're seeing and I'm going to show you what I'm seeing. But, hopefully, and then they would also have to tell me why their Pentecost, for those that do Wednesday, comes in 53 days and not a perfect 50, as it says over in Leviticus. It don't say, 53, 52 or anything like that. It says what it says. And they would also have some explaining to do on why apples, oranges, and fruits exist outside of time. So these are just some of the, questions that I would have. And would
Yeah,
hopefully
or the Leviathan, or the so many things on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. All those things exist before their first day. It just doesn't make any sense. I remember when I was taught it, I was like, it just bothered me. It just didn't make. I was like, yeah, is so precise. One is one. One is not four. It has to be exact. He's very exact. And we see this here. It's very clear.
Yeah, and so just for clarity, Passover will be the evening of the 29th, because the brother asks when is Passover, or brother or sister asks when is Passover. It's the evening of the 29th. First day of unleavened bread would be the evening of the 30th, if that makes any sense. And like I said, I recommend the two calendars. I recommend, for those that, follow that the first day being actual first day, which it is, which was today. I recommend the calendar that Sister Rachel does. I haven't found one more thorough than that. And then for those brothers and sisters who follow a Wednesday calendar until they come to the understanding and work through these things themselves, I recommend the calendar that there's a brother, Yediah Malek. He does over at the Kayashua Ministry, and he has a calendar, but that's a Wednesday calendar. So this is just why I follow the first day calendar, and I've testified to this all throughout this 4-hour broadcast. So I don't know who came in later or didn't, but you know what I'm saying. And shout out to the brother of the word and Essential Growth. I see them in there and everything. So I say shalom to everyone, and I want to thank Sister Rachel for allowing me to speak on this platform, because her knowledge is far advanced, man. It's a lot of good information, a lot of how they say, is a lot of meat on the bone, so to speak, and there's always something for somebody, for someone. All right, so I
Oh,
appreciate
that's
that.
very kind of you to say. All praises to the Most High. Well, I go back and forth on a lot of this stuff, though, because there's some really fine differences. I was listening to a teacher who was teaching on the Passover, and I literally was like, is it here? And I was like having to review it again. And preparation day is Friday, and then it's at that evening that is the eve of Passover, and then they left. But it's so funny because it's the Shabbat. That's the thing, and I'm just like, here's another thing, is that the day does start in the eve. That's another thing I've gone back and forth on. But the actual 12-hour day, when I observe the Shabbat, I observe it during the daytime. I observe it for 12 hours when the light or sunlight is shining. So because Yahusha said that, are there not 12 hours in the day? And when he refers to the Shabbat day, he says observe the Shabbat day. So so sometimes this stuff can get a little bit slippery, because I'm still, I'm always still learning this stuff, because the calendar, though it's very simple to you, it can also be very complicated.
Yeah, I
So
understand that. And I want to
yeah.
say on the Sabbath, so when the phrase day is used, once again, that's an interchangeable word. So when you have an opportunity, I would say definitely continue to look into that, because that is an entire day.
Mhm.
We see this in Nehemiah, and the brother of the word, he may know this better than I do, because I have the actual script in my phone, but it's
Mhm.
very difficult for me to find, where I have an
Right.
actual screenshot of it from a particular translation where it was from Friday evening,
Mhm.
that the gates were closed in Nehemiah, but that was from,
Oh,
I
right,
want to
right.
say, yeah, like a Tyndale translation. Not trying to, dispute or argue or anything. I would just say continue to look in on that, because we do want to observe that period to the best of our ability, that whole day. Because
Oh,
remember,
yes.
you know,
Yes. Yes, totally, totally. Um,
yes, ma'am.
and yeah, I do remember hearing that with Nehemiah too. I try not to get too stressed about it, about it in the eve, like on preparation day. But yeah, it's definitely something that I review over and over again. And I've changed on multiple times. Like I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it like for 24 hours now. And then now I'm just doing the daytime. And so but
Yeah, we don't want to bounce back and forth. So be mindful of that.
yeah,
And you know what I'm saying? Because whenever you see that, or whenever you're dealing with that, it's like, oh man, is it this? Is it that? Um, it's more so a thing where we say, okay, hey, I'm going back and forth on this. Let me write this down as something that I want to, get deep in on a study, on my, maybe on my Shabbat studies or on my days off, so on and so forth. As
yeah,
to, because we don't want to be, having the appearance of being someone who may kind of waver or be
yeah,
unstable,
exactly.
saying, type of
Exactly.
thing.
Well,
So that's
it
all it is. It's
usually
just a
happens
sign of
when
something to
yeah,
look
it
into.
usually happens when I study it again and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. So that's what happens. That's what happens. So, but what I was going to say was another thing that really kind of speaks to the day starting on the first day of the week, starting on so-called Sunday, and the Shabbat being on so-called SAT day, is that preparation day is usually right before it. And so if you're dealing with any other day, like for example, if you were dealing with Wednesday, okay, middle week day, fourth day, there's no preparation day for you.
Well, according to some of the Wednesday guys, they'll have a double prep day. They got to prep for the adjusted. I'm serious. I've heard
Yeah,
this
oh no,
before.
I know because
I've literally heard this
I was
before.
listening to that. And I don't like throw everybody out the window. I still feel like people have something to contribute. So I will listen to people who are teaching other things still.
Yeah, me
Um,
too.
but yeah, for sure. I mean, but it to me it was like more evidence. I'm like, well, that day is called. They'll literally like say it's like a preparation day. Like they apparently during the Galileans had a preparation day that Yahusha was observing as the first day. And before Passover, and I'm like, yeah, that's preparation day. I'm like
Mhm.
confirmation, preparation day.
Yeah,
So these are just things that that us let us know that
yeah.
this is more and more accurate. But definitely, I'm going to look at the whole day again. I'm going to look at the whole 24-hour cycle thing again. Um, because for a while there, I was like in the evening and in the morning were the first day, and there was darkness, and then Yahusha became light. So yeah, no, I totally agree with you. It's good to sit down and solidly study it, but it's also for me, I need someone else to talk to about it. So it's nice to talk to you about it.
Well, I
So
appreciate that. You know,
yeah.
most people don't have a pleasurable experience speaking with me, but
Oh,
I guess
really?
I guess it's the
Oh,
first time
it's
for
a
everything,
relief
right?
for me. It's so good. I'm just so relieved.
Yeah.
Family, though, we have been here for 4.5 hours. So, and I know you've got to go to work tomorrow. I've got to get up early. So,
Oh no, I don't have to work tomorrow. I don't have to work
oh,
tomorrow. Yeah,
okay.
but
Well, I definitely do. So I've got to get up early. And family, we really appreciate you being here, hanging in for this study because praise yeah, because I was like, I hope they hang in for this because I know we have some of the best students, the best um, fully awakened study to show yourself approved people on coming on my channel. So I'm really grateful to Ya for that. So I'm glad you were able to sit through this study. It's a lot of learning to do. So in the future, if you are interested in classes on the Moedim, because they are very detailed and you do have to be committed because it is a lot to learn and study. And like I said, I'm open to learning from people all the time, like this, like Tyrone and even other people, because it's something we really need to get right. It's the rehearsal for the return of Yahusha.
and real quick, I want to say, that's a good thing, brother, true Hebrew, that you're celebrating the feast, practicing the righteous acts and all those things. And, during this time or, during this year, take some time, if you want to go a little bit deeper and study, when it's your time start, how does that line up with what's written in Enoch chapter 72, verse 32? And yes, I do. He had asked earlier, do I have a video on calculating the feast? Yes, it would be. Yes, I have one on my channel that's only an hour. And then, of course, this one we went into expansive detail, covering like some of the nooks and crannies. And what would help, I know it's going to sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but Sister Rachel, she's put into like super in-depth detail on the calendar and in the inner workings of it within her actual calendar. And it explain, it's like everything in there within in there is self-explanatory because she has all the details. Why is not the moon? What does moon mean in this scripture versus being Yarak, which is a physical moon, versus being Kadesh, which actually means month. So hopefully, brother, definitely, we do these things to the best of our abilities. Not everybody knows all things,
Mhm.
and so um, in time, once everybody starts going back and checking behind what they're being told and doing this for themselves, that's my whole thing. You have to go outside and observe this for yourself. So when you go over
Mhm.
to my channel, you'll check it out. You'll see the video on how to calculate the beginning of the year, which is very simple, just even parts, not even parts day. Today was the first day. Now as the sun went down, we're heading into day 2 of the new year, according to the book of Enoch. Now, if you don't follow that, you may follow something different. And there are scriptures for that too. All right. So whenever you're ready to receive those, just hit me up, at my email, and I'll just give you my phone number because I can't do a lot of typing, what I'm saying. It takes a long time versus just speaking. But with that
Mhm.
being said, sister, I want to give all praises to the Most High Yah,
Hallelujah.
uh,
Abba Yah. Mhm.
Ba'ashem Yehoshua Hamashiach Waruach. And I want to say shalom. Sister, you have my contact number and information, but I'm about to go contact this plate of food. All right.
Yeah, and we'll talk again because really interesting stuff. Because when you read the scripture, it literally says on the first day of unleavened bread, the disciples asked Yahusha, "What are we doing for the Passover?" So that's what I mean. Like there's some tweaky things in there that are just you guys have no idea. Like just the math, the when does this begin? When does this end? Like it's a lot. So I'm just
and for
anyway.
and for anyone that came in late, go back because we put I dropped a couple of gems in there, including letting people know that in Luke chapter 24 that when Yehoshua is eating with the disciples, that's after the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because a lot of people get that mixed up. All right.
Mhm.
So it's a
Oh my
whole bunch of hidden gems and things, especially when you start checking behind the actual words that, in the original manuscripts.
Yes,
But
yes,
sister,
yeah,
I have to
yeah,
sign
and
out now. And I'm
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
we'll see you later, and I'll talk to you again. So may Yah bless you and keep you family and cause his face to shine on you. May he be gracious, lift the light of his countenance, and give you shalom. Take care, fam. Have a wonderful sleep tonight. Dream about Pesach and lambs.
Hallelujah. Shalom.
Shalom. I'm going to sign off now, fam.